calypso and steampunk will tell you it's carnival. Beauty queens parading, I say you can't miss this festival. It starts around Christmas until January the 8th. So make your reservations now before it gets too late. St. Croix, if you like sea bathing. St. Croix was spearfishing and sun riding. How can you miss an opportunity like this, Mr. Tourist? I'm going to insist. While you're talking, come to St. Croix, oh boy. Come to St. Croix. Bring your mother, bring down your father and your brother. Don't forget your sister. Come to St. Croix. Oh, oh, oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Dr. Eugene Doc Petersen.
Coming up next is Dancing with Stacey by Eugene Petersen as well.
Dancing with Stacey is so smooth and silky. You'll dance like you never danced.
Dance, dance, dance.
Dancing with Stacey is so kind of spacey. You're in space with her romance. The salsa with this lady makes her so saucy. You'll dance like never before. And dancing with Stacey is so very lovely. You'll dance on forevermore. Dancing with Stacey is so very crazy. She'll take your breath away. And dancing with Stacey can make you so groovy. Her touch have you in a sway. To calypso with this lady makes my heart beat so racy. She had me in her spell. And dancing with Stacey is so very easy. Look at me, how I dance so well. Dancing with Stacey is really as lovely as the sun on a sunny day. And dancing with Stacey can be oh so tipsy as a dance on the Milky Way. To tango with Stacey when you dance with this lady, oh how I wish that she were mine. If I I dance with this lady, it will make me so happy. We'll be dancing for all the time. Oh, dance calypso. When you dance, you dance, you dance, you dance the tango. Salsa with me, mambo baby. Dance merengue. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. And you dance, and we dance, and we dance, 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 oh, dance, dance.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the VI-LitFest team, welcome to the 7th annual VI-LitFest in collaboration with the Caribbean Writer. My name is Alcest Lewis Brown, and I'm the program chair of the VI-LitFest and the editor of the Caribbean Writer. The festival continues to grow and develop, and we have a great lineup for you this year. Yesterday, we had over 150 students and community members attending our pre-LitFest session. Today promises to be even more populated. We could not have made it this far without our team, particularly Charlene Spencer Johnson, who's in charge of program logistics, and also the other half of the Caribbean Writer. Of course, the very backbone of our technology, Adrian Wajasa and Matthias Clavier, along with Ray J. Joseph, our technology assistant, and other members who cradle this festival in their warm gel of cooperative hard work include Diane Levans, our treasurer, Yvette McMahon Arnold, secretary, and Michelle Crispin, Ivani Jeremiah, Janice Valmon, Elaine Jacobs, Carol Henneman, Lucien Downs, Douglas Canton, and recently we just added Stefan Cardi. You'll notice that we have a very keen eye for passionate workers. And so each year we add a new member who have a passion for what we're trying to do here in the Virgin Islands. Special shout out to all of the other people who have helped us in some way, even in making inquiries about our progress, particularly Governor Bryan, who has been a supporter of the festival since the early days before COVID-19, when he facilitated a panel. And of course, we would be nothing without our sponsors, the University of the Virgin Islands, U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Tourism, VI Lottery, Cane Roots Art Gallery, Caribbean Museum Center for the Arts, Vivo, Pepperpot Press, Undercover Books and Gifts, St. Croix Foundation. So thank you very much for coming today, and please welcome our Dean, Dr. Kimarie Engerman, Dean of the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences, followed by our President David Hall and Congresswoman Plasket.
Good day, everyone. On behalf of the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences, I bring you greetings. Attending the LitFest always reminds me of the importance of literacy and the importance of being able to read and write. Please be assured that the University of the Virgin Islands is committed to having a literate Virgin Islands community. Making its way through our shared governance process. The UVI School of Education and its partner, the U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Education, are working to address the critical need to increase the quantity and quality of certified literacy professionals in the territory. On another note, the theme for this year's LitFest, Diasporic Rhythms 2, Interrogating the Past, Imagining a Future, should ignite hope and excitement within you. Despite what happened in your personal and professional life over the past year, you are resilient, you survived COVID-19 because you're here. The time of seclusion should have allowed you to question your priorities and past experiences and behaviors. As we now emerge from this pandemic, I hope you are on the path to pursuing the future you imagined that aligns with the desires of your heart. The LitFest is indeed a worthwhile initiative. Special congratulations and thank you to you, Ms. Alsis Lewis-Brown, for your leadership, to the Caribbean writer, as well as to the other committee members who assisted in organizing this event. Thanks to all the panelists who are present with us for sharing your knowledge and expertise. And thank you to all the attendees for recognizing the value of this conference and making the time to attend. Let's turn it over to President Hall.
Okay.
Mr. Hall is not on the list yet, so maybe
Could we move to Congresswoman Plasket so that we, in the interest of time, and then we could always, President Hall can always be introduced back if he comes in. Congresswoman Plasket?
Great, thank you all so much. So wonderful to be here. Good afternoon to the university, and I want to thank President Hall for the invitation. Good afternoon to Dean Kimarie Engerman, VI Literary Fest President Simon Jones-Hendrickson, Program Chair Ms. Lewis-Brown, and all of our esteemed authors, panelists, and of course to the attendees. Thank you to the Caribbean Writer and the Virgin Islands Literary Fest and Book Fair for extending the invitation to speak. To all of our students that are here virtually on a Saturday, I commend you for your commitment to engaging in meaningful discussions and furthering your knowledge. This year's theme, Diasporic Rhythms 2, Interrogating the Past, Imagining a Future, provides an avenue to discuss the past and think strategically about matters that continue to plague modern society while incorporating a creative literary lens. It's fitting that this year's event is in honor of Mr. Kamau Brathwaite. Mr. Brathwaite was a Caribbean poet and scholar whose poetry used linguistic innovations and multiple language to explore African identities in the West Indies, with a focus on the events that contributed to the development of the Black population of the Caribbean. As the co-founder of the Caribbean Artists Movement, Mr. Brathwaite received many notable honors, but what stands out the most is his tireless commitment to education. Working at Ghana's Ministry of Education, teaching at Harvard University, the University of the West Indies, and New York University before his passing in 2020. As we honor Mr. Brathwaite and have these conversations about the Black experience in the Caribbean, we must not forget the history of the Virgin Islands. With that history in mind, I encourage all of us to take the time to seriously consider our present relationship with the United States government and the matters of our status and self-determination. I'm looking to literary circles, to those creative minds, to also be a part of those discussions as well. We must remove the rose-colored lenses from our view of history, our past relationship with past colonizers, and see the truth of our experiences and the truth of our present state. What changes do we want to see in our relationship with the US government over the next 10, 20, 2 generations? What kind of Virgin Islands do we want for the future? These are the types of questions I am asking myself, engaging other members of Congress in. These are the questions that we as Virgin Islanders must ask among ourselves as well, engaging in meaningful discussion and figuring out the way forward for our territory, for our Caribbean region, in order to ensure that we can not only imagine a brighter future for ourselves and the generations after us, but also be able to take a hold of that said future. Thank you so much to the literary group and enjoy this year's VI Literary Festival.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those inspiring words.
And at this moment, I'm going to run a message from one of our sponsors, VI Lottery.
Everyone deserves a second chance.
The VI lottery is giving players a new wave of opportunity with the second chance raffle.
If you enjoy the excitement of playing the VI lottery, now you get another shot at winning.
Every 2 weeks, one lucky player in each district will win a $200 gift certificate, which can be used at various stores in their district.
Who wouldn't want to take advantage of an opportunity when it presents itself the second time around?
Didn't win? Go for the second chance drawing. It's easy to play.
That's right. All you have to do is take the non-winning ticket and log on to winvilottery.com. Click on the second chance game logo, enter your lottery ticket number and its serial number, submit it, and you're good to go. The VI Lottery, a wave of opportunities.
The Department of Tourism has a representative here to do an ad.
Miss Eleni Todman, you're welcome to take the floor now.
Hi, it's a benefit of sharing a space with your mother. When the internet is acting crazy, I can jump in on her line into the conference. So good afternoon again, everyone. It was a pleasure to be with you yesterday to speak and to share thoughts on behalf of the Department of Tourism. So once again, on behalf of Commissioner Joseph Pashota, I'd like to say, we are pleased to be a part of the Literary Festival. We are pleased to be a partner with the Caribbean Writer. Hopefully, I'll be able to show you how our department is capturing the oral history of our culture through a short 30-second video that speaks to coquito making on St. Croix that we share with our guests and our visitors and media alike while we present all the wonderful cultural aspects of the U.S. Virgin Islands. 1 second.
I call it the Puerto Rican eggnog because, of course, it originated in Puerto Rico. Here, especially on St. Croix, but in the Virgin Islands, we have a lot of people here that descended from Puerto Rico. So in our food, you always see that there's a Puerto Rican influence, the seasoned rice and other things. Definitely the sofrito, which goes in all of my food. And of course, the coquito, all have that Puerto Rican history.
Our main connection with Puerto Rico is that back in 1917, that was the year that we had, the United States purchased us from Denmark. So there was a lot more opportunities for people coming to St. Croix, and that's how a lot of Puerto Ricans started coming over to St. Croix.
So to me, a good coquito is creamy, sweet, not too sweet. Of course, you gotta put some rum in there, but I like mine to be not too strong.
Don't try and overcomplicate things. Don't try and reinvent the wheel. The reason why it's good is because people have been doing it for a very, very long time and I'm all for you putting your own twist and your own spin on it, but some people will go really outside the box. But when it comes to coquito, I think you need to keep it simple. What are the ingredients? The main ingredients are coconut, so you want to make sure you're tasting that. You'll have some cinnamon, people put a little nutmeg. You want to really be able to taste the flavors of it, and you don't want the rum to overpower the flavor of the coquito.
So on a scale from 1 to 10, how difficult is it to make coquito? So pretty much anybody can make anything, but it's how well you make it. Coquito is you're just simply throwing ingredients together and mixing it. You can do it manually, with a whisk, or you can blend it. I think anybody can make coquito. The ingredients are pretty simple and straightforward. Anybody can make coquito once you can open a can.
There's nothing worse than getting a glass of coquito, you put it to your lips and you're about to drink it, and that rum just hit you just right in everything, and you don't even taste coconut. You just that's the worst feeling.
What I love about coquito is that you can make it yours. Once the coconut is there, so many other flavors go really well with coconut, so you can personalize it and make it stronger if you like it stronger, sweeter if you like it sweeter. It's really up to you. Of course, opening a can of coconut milk is more convenient, but if you have access to fresh coconut milk, which I've had on island, that definitely makes for a more richer, authentic coquito.
For me personally, when I think about whether coquito should only be drank at certain times of years, particularly at Christmas time, I think life is too short to, subject yourself to those rules. If you want to drink coquito, drink it whenever you want. You want to drink it in February? Knock yourself out.
I think for me, there are some things that I believe should remain seasonal. That way you don't get tired of having it, and it's like a special treat that you have around Christmas time. Kind of like sweet bread. Like when I think about coquito, I want to have sweet bread with my coquito, and I want to have it around Christmas time. But really and truly, if you like creamy coconutty things, you know, it's something that you can make any time of the year.
Yeah, Miss Son, that's what you're talking about.
Good afternoon. My name is S.P. Jones-Hendrickson. Welcome to the Virgin Islands Literary Festival and Book Fair. This year, given Zoom, given the COVID, we're doing the book fair virtually. The program chairman, Alsace Lewisburg, contacted you, I'm sure. She, along with Miss Diane Levans and Charlene and others of the committee, have put together an interesting program. First, let me say, by way of protocol, to all those distinguished members of the public sector and the private sector, welcome to the VILF Festival. Several years ago, I was invited to St. Martin and Anguilla to literary festival and to make some presentation of my poems. After I saw what they were doing there, I took an item from those two countries. So I'm going to try it here in the Virgin Islands, particularly on the St. Croix campus, where the Caribbean writer is located. And that was the birth of this idea. A great philosopher said, we should see the alphabet this way: C-B-A, conceive it, believe it, and achieve it. I think we have done something that is very useful and will continue to be very useful for the Virgin Islands and the wider Caribbean. Welcome back to those who were here before, to all my friends in the diaspora, and to my colleagues and friends in the academic community. I want to mention 3 things. It is said that reading is fundamental. I also want to say that writing is essential. And finally, publishing is critical. Those are the things which I think are useful and important in the context of what we're doing in this VILF Fest. I noticed we're talking about reimagining. A few years ago, I gave a lecture on Sir Arthur Lewis, and I wrote something about contending with destiny. In this context, I would like us, I'm going to make a suggestion that, one, we think about an umbrella organization in the Caribbean for literary festivals, because it's not easy to put on a festival. You need the resources and you need the assistance on the ground and around to face with the headwinds and the tailwinds. So I would like to consider that. The second thing I would like us to consider is something that's dear to my heart, the issue of intellectual property rights. Too many people and companies around the world have all of our material recorded and using them and then selling them to us on a lecture. Finally, I would like to say, I believe we may wish to consider our press. When this festival idea started, and particularly the Caribbean writing, the idea was to have a university press, but that did not come off. This may be a time for us to contend with destiny and think about a university press in conjunction with our festival and the Caribbean writing. I want to thank you very much for attending this Zoom call. Have a beautiful day in the Virgin Islands and safe travel if you're leaving. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jones-Hendrickson. Thank you for that. It's always a pleasure to see you. So we have our panelists in. There was some technical aspects. You know, this is a period where we have a lot of technology interconnections and so forth. So we apologize for the delay, but our panelists are here. And I did introduce you to Mr. Georges, the BVI First Nobel Laureate. Mr. Georges, you will introduce Ms. Danticat and Tiphanie Yanique. And when you're ready, get started.
Thank you, Alsace. Hope everyone can hear me fine. It is definitely an honor to be with you and fellowshipping in a different manner. Second year, hopefully we don't have to look at third time being the charm. Because I'd much rather be, in the Great Hall over in St. Croix and enjoying the company of all of you over there. But the bigger honor for me is the pleasure I take in moderating this conversation between two of my favorites and two Caribbean writers who I have admired for quite some time, and that's Edwidge Danticat and Tiphanie Yanique. So Edwidge is the author of several books, including Breath, Ice, Memory, Crick Crack, The Farming of Bones, The Dew Breaker, and many others, most recently, Everything Inside. She's also the editor of The Butterfly's Way, Voices from the Haitian Diaspora in the United States, Best American Essays 2011, and the much-loved Akashic series, Haiti Noir and Haiti Noir 2. She's also written several books for children and young adults, Anaquana, Behind the Mountains, 8 Days, and many more. Her memoir, Brother, I'm Dying, was a 2007 finalist for the National Book Award and a 2008 winner of the National Books Critics Circle Award for autobiography. She is a 2009 MacArthur Fellow, a 2018 Ford Foundation Art of Change Fellow, and the winner of the 2018 New Start International Prize and the 2019 St. Louis Literary Award. I don't think she needs much more introduction than that, but we know the many accolades that follow Edwidge. Next we have, so Edwidge, welcome. I think you're here.
Thank you. I am, but for some reason my video is not showing. I don't know if that's controlled on your end.
Adrian, can you help us?
Yes, I'm checking now.
I'm going to apologize for the chickens, the cars, the big trucks, the backhoes, etc. It's a Virgin Islands thing.
I have roosters and dogs, Richard.
Yes. Yeah. And don't forget the big.
Miss Danticat, what I'm going to do is going to try to stop the video and restart it. Hopefully it will do the trick.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so while Adrian is sorting that out, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Tiphanie. Tiphanie, you're here?
Yes, she is. I think I saw her.
Okay, so Tiphanie Yanique is a novelist, poet, essayist, and short story writer. She's the author of the poetry collection Wife, which won the 2016 Booker's Prize for Caribbean Poetry, and the 2016 Forward Felix Dennis Prize for Best First Collection. Tiphanie is also the author of the novel The Land of Love and Drowning, which won the 2014 Flaherty Dunham First Novel Award, the Phyllis Wheatley Award, and the American Academy of Arts and Letters Rosenthal Family Foundation Award. That was one of the best books of 2014 by NPR. Land of Love and Drowning was also a finalist for the Orion Award in Environmental Literature and the Hurston Wright Legacy Award. Tiphanie is also the author of a collection of stories, How to Escape from a Leper Colony, which won her listing as the National Book Foundation's 5 Under 35. Her writing has won the Bocas Award for Caribbean Fiction, the Boston Review Prize for Fiction, and a Rona Jaffe Foundation Writers Award, a Pushcart Prize, a Fulbright Scholarship, and an Academy of American Poets Prize. She has been listed by the Boston Globe as one of the 16 cultural figures to look out for, and she's been published in the New York Times, Best African American Fiction, the Wall Street Journal, American Short Fiction, and other places. Tiphanie is from the Virgin Islands. She grew up in the Hospital Ground neighborhood in St. Thomas, and she lives now with her family in Atlanta, where she's a tenured associate professor at Emory University. welcome, Tiphanie. Well, Tiff, welcome. Maybe you can say hello to the group in the meantime.
Thank you so much, Richard. I heard your introduction. Thank you for the introduction. I just couldn't be heard or seen myself, but thank you for doing this and for being our interlocutor. Thank you, of course, to Alsace for making sure that it all happened. I appreciate the audience as well. I had to get my kids dropped off and then get myself away from them. So I'm glad that we're all here in the Zoom together. Happy to be here.
Happy to be here as well. Yeah, likewise, it's nap time, so I snuck away. Yeah, so I guess if we could wait maybe 1 minute more, 2 minutes for Edwidge.
It's always, I've heard other people who have organizations like this, they complain sometimes in the middle of the most important thing, the technology starts to act up. It's just, so I'm stressing a little bit, but I think it's coming together nicely. So I'd like to say that, all will go well this today.
Alsace, this is Yvette. I think we've all been on Zoom or Teams or some one of these virtual meetings. So we do understand, we know what the technology is like. So we don't want you to stress. Okay?
Yes, and thanks for making the space.
Thank you. Somebody's saying, hey, Tiff, good to see you. That's Simone James. She's saying, hey, Tiff, good to see you.
Hey, Simone, good to see you too.
I notice we have some other presenters. Luke Cadet is here. Chika Unigwe is here. Mervyn Taylor is here. He was here yesterday. Dawad Phillip. Elaine, Misha Scotland, Janice Valmont, Nancy Ann Miller. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Ray J. Joseph is here. He's our other technology leg. Nancy Ann Miller. Alexis Keir from St. Vincent. Thank you for the video on St. Vincent. We shared it on our website. Cherise Francis.
Oh, sorry, Alsace, I see the current Bocas Prize winner, and
yes,
she's still there.
Canisa Lubrin is here. Canisa is the current Bocas Prize winner, and then Vladimir Lucien is here. He has also won that prize as well.
And John Robert.
You have been shortlisted on that list. I believe Tiphanie has won that as well. So we have a lot of winners in our group.
Yeah, I see also, if I may, a lot of, there's some MoCo contributors I want to say hi to. I know Nancy Ann got a little hail up just now. I see John Robert Lee in there. I see Nia and Dino. Forgive me if I miss anybody else, but these are the people who have kind of helped keep MoCo going over the past several years.
Yeah, John Lee has been very helpful to us as well. And I noticed that some of our prize winners, you're a prize winner in the Caribbean Writer, and Vladimir is also a prize winner in the Caribbean Writer as well.
And Daisy LaFond as well.
All righty.
Good to see. Okay, great.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Martina.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Okay, so I'll dive into it. So I'm looking at this as 70 people watching me like fanboy off of Tiphanie and Edwidge for a half hour. So hopefully it doesn't get too embarrassing. But I think where I want to start with this, as somebody who is an aspiring fiction writer, and somebody who's been following you guys for some time, what I find interesting, often people specialize, in form. And the two of you are quite comfortable in either the short story or in the novel. And even in the novels, I think have demonstrated different formal approaches, so that they sort of have like the village novel, as well as like the more sprawling, all-encompassing, more traditional structure for the novel. So I think it's a pleasure for me to have the conversation, but I have some questions for you. So when you are setting out on a project, and we'll get to the theme, but when you're setting out on a project, you know, how much sense do you have in terms of, does the idea tell you the form, like at the idea moment or at the moment of inception, do you know already this is a short story, this is a longer short story, this is a novella, this is a novel, this is a novel in stories, this is like how much of the form and structure is already in that kernel of the idea before you start writing? And I'll start with Edwidge.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to everyone, from Alceste to Richard, to everybody who's organized the festival under these very challenging circumstances. And thank you for moderating us. It's wonderful to be here this afternoon. So starting a project, I often think that the project dictates how it wants to be. So sometimes I think I'm starting a short story and it's something longer, but I just kind of allow the freedom for that to for the project to guide me. And often there's false starts, that, and that's part of the creativity process. I think to start in a direction you didn't think you were going to go. But they say that there are writers who are micro planners and they're macro planners. I'm kind of like that writer, I think Yale doctor, who said it's like driving cross country, in a snowstorm, and then you can see sometimes as far as the headlights. And I love the surprises that come with sort of allowing something to reveal itself to you. So I let the project guide me as I go along and not put too many hard boundaries on what I'm trying to do.
Thanks. You don't have no idea how reassuring that answer is. Thanks. So Tiffany, same question for you.
I would like to be reassuring also. But I did say my thank yous to you and to Alceste, but I also would like to thank Edwidge for being here. And for me, it's always an honor and a privilege to be in the same space with you, Edwidge, because you were someone who I looked up to and continue to look up to. But in particular, when I first started to become a writer, your books were some of the first books that I read as a grad, even though we're not so different in age. And yet you have been a mentor to me from before we knew each other. So it always feels sort of absurd that we sometimes get to be on the same platform, because I just think of you as a giant who I look up to. So I'm in real gratitude. My answer to the question is something very similar to Edwidge's, but I don't want to be repetitive, so I'll shift a little bit, which is I was trained first as a poet, and so I do think about form as a useful way to conceive of writing. And so in the same way that a poet might think, I'm going to write a sonnet, and what is made possible by a sonnet? What can I do in a sonnet that I can't do in like a villanelle? So it is true that I will sometimes approach material thinking, well, I'm going to write a short story and I'm going to compress it and keep it under 12 pages. Like that's going to be something that I do with intention. And just to see what will come of it, like a sort of intellectual creative exercise. But I will also say that often I might change that up. Like once I try it, it turned out like, I ain't like it. The sonnet gonna actually be a villanelle after all. Or there's gonna be less attention to form. Or this was in first person, since we're talking about fiction. And now I realize that like the way the story kind of was moving, it now needs to move into third person. Like I'm not accomplishing what I wanted to accomplish. Which is to say I sometimes enter into the project with certainty, like I'm gonna do this thing right here. And that feeling gives me confidence, makes me feel like panache as I enter into the material. But the material always tells me, yeah, right. I mean, and I'm also accepting of that. Like the certainty that I begin with helps me to not be afraid. You know, people talk about like the horror of the blank page. I never have that horror because I kind of trick myself into like, I know what I'm doing. But then I also am very much an allowance for the material to guide me in other kinds of ways. So there's a kind of confidence that I enter into the material with, and form does allow for me to have that confidence. but I also am in surrender to the idea that as I tell the story, that the story may guide me outside of that. And I long for that surrender too. Like that's also a big part of what I enjoy in the creative writing process, is like letting the work surprise me, letting my own inclination surprise me, and then following that. So, you know, I balance this feeling of certainty with this feeling of desire and surprise, and holding those two things together is a big part of my process.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely could relate to that, especially from the poetry angle, because Lord knows, you know. Yeah, so I mean, so we're going to kind of blend craft and theme. So I mean, the panel speaks to interrogating the past and you know, reimagining. What I read it as different potentialities for the future. And you know, I've read this a couple different ways. So I've read that theme formalistically as well, in terms of like how do you guys play or mess about with time? And actually, that wasn't the second question, but I'll jump ahead to it. And I'm thinking of two passages, or in Edwidge's case, a particular short story, and in your case, a passage from Land of Love and Drowning. So if you bear with me, so for Edwidge, without inspection, you know, that whole idea of, you know, I don't want to spoil it for anybody. So if you haven't read that, go buy everything inside and read it, and then, you know, you'll understand the question. But there's the whole story, you know, I don't know how long it is, 5,000 to 6,000 words, or however long it is. It spans, you know, really the life of Arnold and a lot of other intersecting relationships, his role as a stepfather, surrogate father, and then, but also all of this life, you know, within the structure of the story is compressed into a matter of what is really seconds, you know, while a very tragic event takes place. So something like formalistically that, you know, there's that, and, you know, so we get, yes, the character's backstory, and we get also, you know, some hopes, you know, that I think despite the tragedy, that there's like a hopeful note that you ring at the end of that story. So, and I was wondering, you know, how much, and this isn't the only story I've seen this in, right? So I was wondering how much how important is time for you, like both formalistically and thematically? And we'll get deeper into interrogating past. So not so much but more so the structure of time and what is possible within the form of the short story. And how much of that plays into, you know, your work when you sit down to your desk.
Well, I think, first of all, Tiphanie, I love that background. And it doesn't even seem fake. Like every Zoom should have a tree in it like this. And I think both you, Richard, and Tiphanie are poets. And I've always thought that, like, I love reading the novels of poets because you already have, you know, in Tiffany's novels, bear it out, you already have that attention to detail. You already have that training and economy. You know, often a lot of writers used to say that you go be a journalist, like to learn that tightness. But I think poets have it with an extra dose of lyricism added. So for me, in terms of like the time, I think, you know, this is something we've all learned this year in terms of, like, my mother used to say, even as she was dying, she said this, like, none of us have all the time we think we have in this world. And I think there's that kind of urgency for me in certain types of stories. So Without Inspection is a story like that, where literally the narrator has 6.5 seconds left. And you know, I think Marquez used to say this too, and he was a journalist who turned into a novelist, and that in order to be convincing about sort of like the most unlikely things, you try to be factual. So in that story, I did, for example, a lot of research about, you know, it's based on some actual happenings. Like there's a lot of gentrification, a lot of sort of boom in construction. Now, everybody's moving down here to Florida. So there was another period like this where they were building these high rises, and a lot of the people working on them were immigrant, men, mostly men and construction workers, and they were falling out of the sky, literally, out of these apartments that they were like $1 million for one bedroom, right? That they were building these kinds of monuments to empire that they would never be able to enter. And so that story, but then so that was like the premise of the story. And then at the same time, a lot of people were coming by boat. They were working under different identities. So if that person falls out, they're called by the name that is not theirs. So they're not even acknowledged. And then, but at the same time, to talk about the logistics, the structure of the story, I had to okay, how long would it take someone to fall out of a high rise at 7 stories with this much wind? And so I came out at 6.5 seconds. So that concreteness for me was very important, and trying to tell then, because the story goes into another realm, like those moments right before you're considered dead and what happens there. But I had to sort of pin down the actuality. And so that's the precision, I think, that poets have with language, or that, that journalists are demanded that you have to prove a fact, and just kind of merging all of these different types of genres, as we were talking about genre in the beginning, of how to enter, how to choose which way to go. So sometimes within an individual poem or individual story or individual narrative, you still have those challenges of sort of picking different ways to go.
Yeah, definitely. And I think of it like the time, like suspension, in a way, there's a compression, like you're saying, like a life in 6.5 seconds. It's a very moving, I think, effect with that construction. Thanks, thank you very much. Tiphanie, Land of Love and Drowning, Yona. So there's a passage, I think probably about somewhere between halfway and 3/4 of it. I have it on my phone at Kindle, so I could just quickly refer to it. But there's sort of slightly opposite thing taking place in that passage, where she's learning to drive on the golf course. And it's so whereas I think there's suspension and then compression in Edwidge's piece, there's sort of the reverse taking place here, where there's a small moment, but then it's expanding futuristically. So there's I'll just read it to refresh your mind, because you've written so many things. But where are we? With Yona in the passenger seat, Frankie drove the car out to the golf course by Brewers Bay. A golf course was supposed to be Yona's in Anegada. Now she would drive all over the golf course in St. Thomas, like it was hers. She would mash it down with her wheels. She would destroy it to get her freedom. But actually, student drivers practice on the golf course all the time. Indeed, a more private one would soon be laid in the countryside, so tourists could hit their white balls with brown sticks in peace. There was talk of building a college on the current course site. Soon one might learn how to be a nurse without having to leave the island, or get a teaching certificate without having to send away for the tests. For now, it was Yona's idea to use the golf course in order to learn how to drive. She sat in the passenger seat, resentful that this Frankie Joseph had to teach her anything. And I guess what I'm saying is that, and I think possibly also that there's some political purchase here in this novel, in that it is interrogating some the framing of the islands, and how even the language and the the stories that we allow to be built up around them, are performative, reperformings of empire at the end of the day. So whether it is Wook or whoever it is we're talking about, and I feel like sometimes we have these underwritten spaces. And I think in the project I'm working on, I have that same compulsion that, listen, yes, the novel is about these characters, but there's a lot of things I got to talk about in this, And that's why I feel like there, because, a Virgin Islands yeah, UVI, it was right there. It's and so when, I'm not sure if a non-Virgin Islander will get the same feelings I get when I read that, because yes, there's more that can be here. We are worth more. So so much more potential in the place, as opposed to just being this this plaything for exploitation or for commercialization, commodification. And Yona is also struggling against those tensions, if not articulated in those ways. So I guess what I'm asking here is, when you are set in the Virgin Islands, in this space, how much, and in a historical structure, how much of that futuristic, well, this is to come, this is going to come, this is the potential futures that we can be experiencing. How much of that is an impetus? I guess is what I want to ask.
I really feel like a big part of why I'm a novelist is because I'm also interrogating what stories are for in our culture, like how people come to know themselves, come to know their community. Like, how do we come to know what is a Virgin Islander if we don't have stories about ourselves? How do we come to articulate our own complex identities if we don't have narratives? And there's ample psychological, scientific, biological, neurological, but also spiritual and historical evidence that human beings tell ourselves the stories of ourselves as a way to know ourselves. So for me, the work that I do as a novelist is also, I mean, it's me, but I also want to be a part of the conversation that us Virgin Islanders are having about who we are. So when I in this novel, I have this particular scene. I mean, those are like, Richard didn't read the rest, but they don't move at all. But they spend a few seconds in the car, and Yona cannot move. She can't drive at all. She ends up having to get out of the car. She never, that the novel is saying, here's what could happen, here's what could happen, here's what the fantasies are. Basically, her telling herself the story of what might be possible, and then contending with in her case, it's gendered realities of women, like, should women be able to drive? And her facing that, like, she's not sure if that's allowed for her. And that she doesn't yet haven't stepped into her own sense of power and authority in that moment. She has the story of it, but she hasn't stepped into it. In the novel, I have Yona. There's a scene where she also imagines how to get away from a emotionally abusive lover, and the narrative just retells the story, and then it retells the story, and then it retells the story, where it's just her trying to figure out, well, how do I do this? I can't even step into it if I can't imagine it first. And I think that one of the powers that colonized people have is the power of our imagination, and that I am thinking about ways in which, okay, these are our boundaries now, but what is possible? And we only know what is possible if we can imagine it first. And that imagination can then make something concrete in the world possible. So I'm interested in that. I'm always toying with that. I sometimes write the same story again and again. Like in my new novel that's coming out in October, it's called Monster in the Middle. There's a chapter in there that's fiction, but I wrote it first as an essay that is published in the New York Times as like the true story. And then I retell it, like, what happens if I make it fiction? Like, what happens if what will fiction open it up into? And how can my imagination make this story maybe mean something more for the audience than the real story meant for me? So yeah, I'm always thinking through, like, what are stories and how can they open us up and make us like, beyond human, make us more possible.
I love that. And I think also, when you're talking, I was thinking of Brathwaite, in terms of, the narrative.
Richard, you broke up for a second. Richard, could you start over the question? Sorry.
Oh yeah, sure. No, so I love that. And I was thinking while you were talking about Brathwaite, that it need not be, the narrative need not be linear. It need not be didactic. It need not be, I was thinking also of, rhetoric, and how some cultures, in the West, we've been colonized to think of the rhetoric or conversation to always be like a tennis match. but sometimes in some cultures, you kind of like, you just like turn and you let the ball go, and you hit back a different ball. That it doesn't always have to be a contention, that sometimes like, and I think that kind of what you're talking about, like retelling and retelling and retelling and changing it and retelling in a different way, opens up, like you're saying, not just the different potentialities, but the different ways in which the same narrative can be experienced, and who can experience it. So I very much was loving what you're saying.
Absolutely. Question for you, if you don't mind, because in this thing about how time works and how like whether we, Edwidge's like sort of form that she gave herself, the 6.5 seconds, or the form that I gave myself, which is like imagining various potentials. I feel like in your work, excuse me, you're using physical space to create some kind of thing with tension and form. Like, I mean, in the fiction of yours that I've read, I always feel like the actual land of BVI is what you are using as the form to create tension and pressure, or to create like potentiality. So could you talk about that?
Okay. So I think what I'm very interested in is, I think similar motivations of yours, actually, in the sense that, I always tell my students, like if we don't tell our stories, if we don't write this space into the literary world, somebody else does. The 2022 Herman Wouk is going to write it. And we really can't afford much more of that taking place. So I think, for me in poetry as well, the landscape, the flora, the fauna, I'm very invested in having someone almost like try to feel as if they're in the space, so the setting for me is never like secondary. The setting for me, because everything I'm writing, poetry and fiction, is fundamentally based here. And I think that's a political decision. And I desperately want any reader, Virgin Islander or not, to feel rooted in the space when they are experiencing these stories of these characters. And like I said, I think, I'll get me to my next question, just to get the spotlight off of me. Because I guess I'm very interested in not magic per se, but, different realities, different experiences of reality. And, so I'm fine with like, tree vines turning into giant snakes and stuff. I'm fine with that stuff. If it furthers along the idea. And I think you both play, you definitely both play with the fringes of reality, of what is known and what is unknown, of like ancestral knowledge and memory, as well as, elements of the world that we live in that are inaccessible or unidentifiable. I'm thinking of, for example, Claire the Sea Light. I'll look for the short story before the novel version of it. And I'm thinking of, we can go back to Land of Love and Drowning with it. There's, literal, I don't want to say magic realism, but there's, you have things at not even the fringes, right there in the text. And I think also, I think of Kai Miller in August Town, where like he kind of like pauses the novel and he's like, "This ain't magic realism. Don't call it magic realism. Stuff happens." You know what I mean? This is a different thing than what you're accustomed to. Don't try and just like transplant some Western understanding of experiences into this. But I want to go back to so Claire the Sea Light, where you sort of like create a mythology within that, in a very tight space with Claire and of course, you think of the dichotomy of Claire's birth, being a death anniversary for somebody in the village. Every year it's going to be loss. And then I think of, that's another note. So I was wondering, and I think if you kind of play with, I don't want to say mermaid or siren mythologies, but I'll say that for now. And so how much do you guys, but you don't do it in everything. You know what I mean? It's like, it pops up when it needs to. It's not like you're trying to be, this is genre fiction or whatever the case may be. Like it pops up for a purpose. I wanted to know, what do you guys think? How much do you plan that? How much is that just what is natural? Is like when you're coming out to the snowstorm and, this is here, so this is gonna go in. Or is it something like that you are more, is it more of a political decision, or is it more of a stylistic one in the moment of the scene writing?
Well, I think, and a lot of the realities, and I'm with Camilla in the sense that, like, sometimes trying to interpret something in a narrative a certain way flattens it, or so for example, for me, my obsession with butterflies, and it sort of travels throughout my work, is not even a literary decision. It comes from the fact that every time my grandmother would see, like, if a butterfly would fly around you, she would be like, oh, I wonder who's visiting, right? And so that sort of became an obsession of my life, to try to figure out who's visiting at any particular time when I see a butterfly. So naturally that there would be characters in the work who have that obsession, or what we call the sirens. This version of La Sirène that's in Clair of the Sea Light is sort of this goddess of the rivers who tries to, and Jamaica Kincaid, it's in I think Annie John, where sort of like, and it's in, it's sort of, you were told this, like, matter of factly, like, if there's a beautiful woman in the river who's like trying to signal you to come in, don't go in there. So it was just kind of, for us, it wasn't literature, it wasn't mythology, it wasn't magical realism, it was just part of daily life, what you were told. So of course, your characters will inhabit that world. So I think that's the part that people sometimes think you're trying to create some kind of exoticism, where you're just kind of recreating the culture you were raised in, whether you were raised in the country, or in diaspora. Those things followed you at dinner tables and so forth. So to be true to these kind of characters you were writing, you had to, that would of course be part of their worldview as well. But I wanted to say to the last, you mentioned, Richard, about universality when we're writing. I remember Toni Morrison saying, Tolstoy didn't know he was writing for a Black girl in Lorain, Ohio, just as she didn't know she was writing for a girl in Haiti. So I think that issue, there will always be, like you said, the 2022 version of her written work, that person will be there. But it's also important for our stories to be side by side, or to be an alternative to those stories, and to not allow sort of that flattening to happen.
What you said, that reminded me of the battle between go back to Kai, the cartographer and the Rasta man, and the map and the map reading. Yeah, definitely. Tiphanie, so I mean, I think Edwidge probably answered the question for all of us, quite frankly, because I'm thinking of how much growing up in Trinidad, where my mom is from, and all of us were born there at this point, and it's like you don't even think twice about Sukanya and Laja Bless and Papa Boy. It's just like that's just that, But I feel, though, in Land of Love and Drowning, the whole the hint at the siren, I feel that's a political choice, because you're talking about Anegade, talking about seafarers. Historically, all representations of seafarers in the Caribbean we have are white European men, but these are seafaring islands, and when there was prohibition in the USVI at the time, you know, Anagadians and Tortolans were smuggling the rum in regular, right? So we were boat builders as well. And, you know, all of these islands from the Spanish Virgins across the British Virgins, US Virgins, Anguilla, St. Martin, we are seafaring people. So we've just as much of a mariner heritage as any, you know, European colonial power. So I feel like the siren, I don't want to say, I don't know how literal you mean it in the book, but I feel that's like a political choice because of course it has a particular kind of, you know, place in Western European mariner fare. So were you talk to me about how you were subverting and what sorts of images, you know, you were working against in those passages? I have to try and figure out where. I have to search through my Kindle to get the passage if you want me to find it.
I am with Edwidge. It's certainly that, like, I love the ocean. I grew up on a small island and you could see the water really from anywhere. Although I grew up in Round-the-Field, you just have to walk like 5 minutes and you're there at the harbor. So the water is always really important to me. I'm a smith, so my family has been boat makers and boat runners and all of that from the beginning. Some of us were running the rum that you're just talking, bringing it over. But also my great-grandfather was a ship captain and our family has continued to you know, the Smiths manage the ferries that go over between BVI and St. Thomas. That's my family. So for me though, some of it is emotional and rooted in my ideals of beauty and what's like creatively interesting. In the way that Edwidge talked about the butterfly, for me, I have two kind of archetypal images that I constantly gravitate to in literature as a reader and as a writer. And those are mermaids and nuns. I just love mermaids and I love nuns. I grew up Catholic, so I could see where the nun thing comes from. I had a great aunt who was like a really badass nun. I don't know if you guys know Sister Reebok. She used to wear Reeboks all about St. Thomas. And she was like a nun who was native to St. Thomas. And she's my great aunt. And, you know, I just think nuns are so fascinating. Maybe they are like the vicious mermaids on the land with all their, you know, their tail in a way that is their hoods. So I just feel like they were really powerful. I also think mermaids represent something about female agency that I really think is beautiful. Mermaids are physically gorgeous, at least that's how they're presented in our culture. But they also fierce. They could kill a man easy. And I find that just fascinating. And the way that men are really afraid of the mermaid figure as a siren, but what she is she's someone who is like part of the fear that men have about the mermaid is that she's not sexually available to them. So for me, it is about like parts of me and how I was raised, but it's also because I'm a political person, the beauty and the politics are never divorced for me, right? I can't separate them. I sometimes think when my students say things to me like, how do I write more politically, like, you know, justice kind of literature? And I say, but you have to live it, you know, you can't impose it. So like, then we all could smell the fakery. For me, it's like, I think about these things and I march about these things. I'm invested in gender and feminist rights. So it comes out in the work. When I present my siren-like figures or my cowfoot woman in Land of Love and Drowning and in the new work, I always want to present them and like turn the representation around a little bit, right? So making sure that, yes, this woman, like, one is, does the siren have to be blonde? How does this make sense? You know, I'm from the former Danish West Indies, and the Little Mermaid is written by a Dane who, where does he get his stories about mermaids? Well, it's the Danes when they are seafaring, they're seafaring between West Africa and the Caribbean in the slave trade. So the Danes, and is a Danish man who come up with this idea of the Little Mermaid and wrote the story of the Little Mermaid. Like, I'm like, where did he come up with this idea? I mean, it comes from the Caribbean. It comes from us, right? We were swimming in West Africa and in the Caribbean we weren't afraid of water. We understood water to be part of our way to get around. I mean, Europeans were surprised when they saw that how we swam. You know, this idea that we have in the West, unfortunately, like Black people don't know how to swim, is something that slavery did to us. But before slavery, swim did, we were the fish because we were mermaids to them. I mean, the way that they saw us was like, these people are part fish. There's lots of stuff in the archive about them looking at Black bodies in the water and thinking we were part fish because we were so comfortable in the water. So I'm interested in like, what happened, you know, what does it mean that we might be as much a part of the ocean as we are a part of the land? And like that we are all sort of mer people, and that is part of how we are often threatening to the colonizer is because we are multiple and we can move between. You know that there's lots of stories of St. Johnians who swim across to Tatola during slavery because in the Danish West Indies, we were still enslaved and so, you know, it only take is a mermaid alone could do that, you know? So is a mermaid only about killing white men and luring them into sex? Or is the mermaid multiplicity and about power? And I would like to reframe the siren and those of us who take to water as that's a way to exert a version of Caribbean, even Black, like power in our actual bodies. Because we always been swimming, you know? And I would say we always been mermaids. The mermaids were Black to begin with. You know, they had a big fight about why the Little Mermaid gonna be Black in the next one. And I was so vexed, but she was Black from the beginning. It's you make she white. She always was Black from the beginning. Like that is what Hans Christian Andersen was contending with. The images that the seafarers came back from the Caribbean with about these Native American Arawaks who could swim. That's where the Little Mermaid image comes from. So we was the first mermaids anyhow, at least in his version, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, when I see that stuff, I get selective deafness and selective blindness with that foolishness that they get on social media about race of fictional characters and stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for that. Yeah, I didn't want to read the whole thing because I think we are flirting with the clock and the clock might not be liking it. But I had like a couple more questions, but I think I'm gonna bite my tongue. I might just blast you guys an epistle of an email with the rest of my questions. But I figured there might be questions. Also, I see Shani Isaac has written, if you don't mind us doing some of the Q&A. How much of yourself do you find seeping into the characters that you write? So.
We have time for one more question and then we're finished.
Oh, okay. Oh, so should we answer how much? A lot. I think because it all comes from one person. It comes from the source of your experiences, even though you might take, and also borrowing from other different people, you know. I mean, I think writers should be like sponges. Like everything is a potential story. So a lot of it comes from your own life a bit. I mean, I would expect from yourself because that's the source of the story.
Yeah, I would say the same. The one thing that fiction can sometimes can allow us to do is say, oh, but it's just fiction. I make it all up. And sometimes in my case, the actual facts, the plot is in general completely created out of my head. But a lot of the characters and their characterization, that is coming from inside of me. And that is kind of the horrific thing that fiction writers do is like, we create these awful people and they do awful thing. And then we're like, but where'd I come from? But it come from me, you know, and that's part of the thing that we sometimes shy away from. I do think when readers ask the question, like, how much of it is in you? They want to know, like, which character is based on you? And like, which one is like, which one were you like? Are you Yona? Are you Annette? Are you Eve? I'm talking about Land of Love and Drowning now. Or is your grandmother Annette and these kind of things? And the real horror actually is that they're all me. And that's the real That's the real vulnerability that the fiction writer is doing. Like even the male characters are me. Like the children are me. The old people who about to dead are me. And that's, you know, that's the risk. The risky part of being a fiction writer is you're exposing maybe not the facts of what happened in your life, but you are exposing the way that you think about the world and the way that you process things emotionally and spiritually. So you are exposing that, which is actually in some ways much more risky than just saying this happened to me. Because most of it ain't happened to me, but a lot of the way I think about things, that's all there in the characters.
Yeah, amen to that. They're all us. They have to come from some corner from within. There's a second question. We know I really wanted to talk about flight and movement. So I didn't get to talk about that because I think Tiffany's new book, which is excellent, and I'm not biased, completely objective. So you need to buy that as soon as it comes out, FYI. But you know, the first chapter / story, and we spoke about, you know, we could have gone and done the whole thing just on form and just have this just purely be on form, because we had a good conversation about how a novel or a novel and stories could be like a poetry collection, you know, and how you can play, you know, from form to form as you move. But I also want to talk about flight, you know, Fly's dad in the first section, and that movement from the West Coast, you know, basically coming home, basically, is what's happening. And then also with Edwidge, there was a, you know, Book of the Dead and forget this other one. I forget the title of the other one. But, you know, there are two, there's the one where a girl finds like her father, and the father's new wife brings her down to Florida to meet him.
In the old days.
In the old days, yeah. Love that one. But how they both kind of deal with these, and Tip does it like in a long form, right, where she goes generationally, you know. But at the end of the day, like there are these figures from your past, you know, these from your parentage who you don't really know, but you can't really, you know, form, you know, in your psyche, and like you're getting like these bits and pieces. And I think in both Tiff's new novel, as well as those two stories I mentioned, like you have the speaking figure is like finding a piece and putting it into the puzzle, you know, and starting to really understand who they are because of that past that they've you know discovered. So, but that's what we didn't get to talk about. So I'll send you guys a long email about that. But there is a question in the chat which I have to get to. Okay, as a Caribbean writer, this is from Nia Andino, poet. How was it finding a home for your writing with publishers that didn't want to change your voice or vernacular? So that might take the rest of the day. But Edwidge and then Tiffany, and if Alcis will permit us maybe one more question.
Yes, one more, that's it.
Okay, I'll be quick. I mean, I think I started really young, so and I worked with a very small press, Soho Press, and I think that facilitated sort of staying closer to what I wanted to do. And it was very, you know, sometimes it's hard to convince editors that like they don't know anything about, they might not know anything about the culture, they might know anything, so they might want you to overinterpret or do glossaries and all these things. I think you just have to be, you know, very clear about what you want to do, and ultimately it's your name on the cover, right? So editors will always have suggestions, and they'll have very strong suggestions. But if you feel equally strongly, if they really want to work with you, that is, and if you feel really strongly about how you want your work to be, and you persist in that, then I think most people who want to work with you and understand your project in general will follow through. But it'll just happen at some point in the accept and reject stage where they'll be like, okay, you know, I wanted to do it, but my colleagues didn't. You'll encounter that too. But keep looking until you find the right person who understands your vision and the work that you want to do. And that could come from a smaller press than you know, more often, you know, than a bigger press. It just depends.
Yeah, I would say something similar. I started becoming a writer after Edwidge, and I mean a published writer anyway. And I I got really beautiful letters from editors that said things like, "We love your book. You're the next Toni Morrison, but we don't really know how you." And somebody actually said this at Edwidge to me. "We don't actually know how to market you any differently than Edwidge Danticat." And I'd be like, "But I mean," or like put any X on a Black Afro-Caribbean writer, sometimes just Black writer, sometimes just Black woman writer. And they would often say, like, we don't know how to do, like, what's different. We don't know how, they couldn't, it's like how you think our Black people look alike, people to sit at. Like, it's like they couldn't see the contours of our individuality in the work. And so therefore could not understand how to market it. Because ultimately for them, especially if it's a bigger press, marketing and selling books is the goal. So like Edwidge, my first book comes out from a small press, Grey Wolf Press. And I feel like they took a risk on me because they didn't know for sure if the book was going to sell. That's How to Escape from a Leper Colony, and it has never gone out of print at this point. But they didn't know that was going to happen. I mean, they were kind of like, I was like, "Can we get it in hardcover?" And they were like, "Nah, we can't do that." there was, there was some, they took the book, but they were like, "We're not going to put it in hardcover." And so it was, until we get more momentum, and we're still not there, and maybe as long as patriarchy and racism exist, we won't be there. It does seem to me like we take a risk when we say we're going to write first and foremost for ourselves. When you say, "I'm going to write for me this and all the versions of me that I gather around me." In my case, I want to write for myself, for my grandmother. I want to write for my children. I want to write for Virgin Islanders. I want to write for the Caribbean. I want to write for Black people. And then I want to write for everybody else, right? I mean, I want to write for everybody, but I do have a sense that I don't want a Virgin Islander to ever read anything I write and be like, "But wait, man, she know that we know this already. Why is she explaining la, 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 la?" I don't ever want a Virgin Islander to experience my writing in which they feel like an outsider to my text. So I can't make myself an outsider to the text. And often what outsiders to the text in order to create a wider, more white audience. And I would say that sounds to me like it is selling a soul. So I just would prefer to make less sales and then to do that, right? And I think ultimately, the other thing too is that even if you do write for a wider audience, whatever that means, it doesn't mean you're gonna get that audience. So, what writers purchase is kind of fickle. It's hard to know what readers are gonna purchase. So if you write for the wider audience or to get published by this particular publisher or to get the attention of this particular agent, and you betray your own ideas about what is beauty, what is truth, then you may never get the wider audience and you have now betrayed yourself. So I feel like you might as well be honest with yourself and then cross fingers that the world is receptive. But I do understand that it's true. I mean, I think that Land and Love and Drowning would have a wider audience if I had done what an editor told me to do and take out the politics. I think it would have a wider audience if I had done what a teacher told me to do and add more peas and rice and palm trees. I mean, people actually told me that. And I think I would have a bigger audience? Yes, because people want to say, "But what kind of tree?" I say, "But it's a tree." And everybody know that you're on the beach and this is the kind of shade that is a palm tree. I don't know why I must say palm tree, but you have to say palm tree for certain people because they don't know. And I decide I'm not gonna do that. I will say palm tree when it makes sense for me to say palm tree. Otherwise, I can just say tree because everybody knows that this is a palm. Or we know that it's a sea grape because of where we are in the landscape. But those are choices that limited my audience, yes. But I also hope that readers, even readers who don't know the region, will find their way to the work because they're longing for beauty, they're longing for character development. And hopefully I've done that well enough that those readers will allow themselves to be decentered and still read the work. Like, know themselves to not be the central audience and still be like, "But it's beautiful, it's well written," and allow me to be an authority in their lives for the reading of the book. But, you know, it will be easier for me, of course, if I add more peas and rice.
Long story short, add or don't add peas and rice. But I think for me, the question, well, it begs the question in terms of what it is you're writing for. Like, what are you writing to do? What is your goal? If your goal is just to publish a bunch of books, then perhaps, sure, you try what you can to publish a bunch of books. But if you have something to say, I think what you have to say will dictate the language in which it must appear. But let's end, Alcis. I'm sorry.
Yes.
We end with a very, very soft one.
Yes, very, very soft one, and that's it.
It is
Thank
very,
you
very
so
soft.
much.
Was
Yes.
Someone asks, what time, like your process, like how do you get yourself in the mind space to write? When, where, what do you do to get your, your soul ready for the writing process? And I think that's a nice, easy one to end on. I really appreciate the person who asked that one.
All right. So thank you, Richard. Thank you, Alcis. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I would just say, when you have children, that's kind of like a very theoretical question. You write when they're asleep, you write when they're in school. I would just say write around the life you have. Because sometimes we can make it seem so ideal, like I only write on the beach, not under a palm, but under that tree with my Mont Blanc. But you just have to write around the life you have. I think that's important to get rid of all these idealizing, and just like, if you just can write while your rice and peas are cooking in the kitchen, do that. Write around the life you have.
I agree. I think that when to size these, we give ourselves a reason to not do the writing. We also privilege people who maybe have a room of their own, or a desk, or jazz music in the background, or no children, or men who have wives who could do the cooking instead. And I think if we just say, no, you can, whenever you can, you just do it. I don't wait for the muse to light on me. I just call for sheet and tell her come. And I just think that's, don't wait for it. Just take it when you can. And I think that's the only way Black women have ever been able to do art. So I think that's the way we will continue to do it. So yeah, just write and don't wait for anything special. Just do the work.
Oh man, listen, thank you so much for your graciousness, Tiphanie and Edwidge. It's been an immense pleasure on a warm Saturday afternoon in my sister-in-law's apartment, hiding from my children, to do this. But this has been such a great experience. I can't wait, Alcis, so when we get to do it in person, so we can catch up and get a drink and some rice and peas.
Yes.
Lunch. And really enjoy the fellowship. So thank you so much, everyone who's been attending. Thank you to the presenters. Thank you for the organizers. Thank you to Adrian and the tech folks keeping us going. And thank you to the trees in Tiffany's background.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And thank you for very engaging conversation. And Edwidge, thank you so much. I've been waiting for this for a very long time. And Tiphanie has been so indulgent with us. She's become a part of us. So we always reach out to her. And I know sometimes she must be saying, Alcis again. And I've taken over Richard too, because Richard is just next door in Tortola. So thank you so much for being such good supporters of the Caribbean Writer and the Virgin Islands Literary Festival and Book Fair. Next up, we have our Kamau Brathwaite discussion. But while Adrian gets the video ready, we will have our St. Croix Foundation, our supporter, and our fiduciary, Deanna James, will bring some greetings. Good afternoon, Deanna.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry I'm a little late. I just wanted to offer some very brief remarks on behalf of the board and staff of St. Croix Foundation, to thank you, Alcis, for your continued leadership. VI LitFest actually represents so much of what we at the St. Croix Foundation and our founders value and held sacred when we were launched over 30 years ago. As the preeminent fiscal sponsor in the Virgin Islands, having served in that role for over 250 nonprofits and community-based projects, like this one, the foundation is afforded incredible reach and impact in our community. Our fiscal sponsorship services ultimately represent one of the most distinctive characteristics of the foundation, affirming our prioritization of civil society by enabling burgeoning nonprofits and community-based initiatives to build capacity that they need to grow, but also more importantly, to focus on doing the work. I think some people don't really understand what it means to be a fiscal sponsor and why so few organizations do it, especially in small, under-resourced communities like ours. Every single project raises money in our name. And as an operating foundation, that means that we also have to raise money for our own programming, but we recognize that our success is only as good as the success of all of the other really important components of our community. One of the things I think I really want to say today is that the foundation was selected to be the New Kids Count grantee for the territory earlier last year. And one of the things that excited us the most when we were invited to serve was the opportunity to not just compile quantitative data about how our children and our families are doing, but also to use qualitative data and storytelling to paint a more nuanced picture of our young people and our community. At the end of the day, I think what we recognize most is that the way we as a people, as Caribbean people, listen, learn, and build movements is through the power of our story. And so, Alcest, I just want to say I'm so deeply grateful to be in partnership with you. I'm grateful and inspired by the work you're doing to use literature and storytelling to continue to awaken and expose and heal our community. Never doubt how much the foundation supports your work and stands behind you in achieving all the goals that you've set for this initiative. And thank you for allowing me to say a couple words here today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deanna. We appreciate that. The committee members and myself appreciate that. That's a hardworking team that works alongside me, and we would be nothing without them. We're one strong team because we work together. So thank you for that. Next up, Adrienne, we're going to be showing the 9.5-minute video of a longer video that was it was shot more than 30 years ago here in the Virgin Islands, right after Hurricane Hugo. And it was the keynote address that Edward Kamau Brathwaite did at the Florence Williams Public Library, which was newly refurbished after the hurricane. And then we have 3 eminent scholars, authors, scholars, award-winning, internationally recognized individuals who will be on that panel. And we're first going to show the video first, and then I'll introduce them. Right now, they're here with us. It's Vladimir Lucien, Canisa Lubrin, and Mervyn Taylor, who's going to be the interlocutor for that panel. They're here as well. So Adrienne? This is a very old video, so pull it out of our archives.
And what I'm going to try to talk today is this sense of beginning and possession. In fact, I've just heard that this place where we are sitting, this very building, is a wonderful new beginning. I had no idea that this library had been destroyed by Hurricane Hugo, and look at it now. See, we are sitting in what I'm talking about, that they could have reconstructed this library, not simply the building, but the books, is a miracle of recreation. And I want to talk about that because my own work has been involved in that, what we have to call miracle. And secondly, I'd like to say that, you know, we are so happy to be here with the Caribbean writer. This is the first time that a journal, a Caribbean journal, has been able to host a meeting of Caribbean people. And that is a very historic moment. We had, the first one was in 1972 when Carry-Fest first hit the Caribbean. That was a wonderful time. For the first time, Caribbean writers from all over the world came back to the Caribbean for the first time and met together for the first time and spoke to each other for the first time and were able to meet Caribbean people on their own soil for the first time. That was wonderful. More recently, we had a meeting in Jamaica on Caribbean culture in honor of Rex Nettleford. And again, it was the first time after 1,000 years, practically, that we have been able to speak about our own culture. And now for the first time, we have this meeting that is hosted by a Caribbean journal. So you see, we are beginning to move. We are beginning to get into hallelujah. And that is very warming and good to be here. The other thing I want to say is that I want you to know about my work. That's one of the things. I feel I ought to account. As I have become now an elder, obviously, getting honors, I think I also have to account to you what is happening and to let you know, where I stand and how I begin to develop my ideas. And in addition to the two trilogies which you know about, the first trilogy is The Arrival, Rites of Passage, Mask, and Island. There is the second trilogy, Mother Poem, Son Poem, and Excel. And that should be called Ancestors when it comes together. But believe it or not, we were speaking about publishing today. Although, you hear about these prestigious awards and all that, I have great difficulty with publishers. For some reason, they really don't like my work. I can't tell you why, but there's a problem. The second trilogy, which should be called Ancestors, Oxford University Press, that published the book, instead of publishing Ancestors, have told me that they would happily give up the rights of the book so that I can find another publisher for it. Now that is like stepping into a trap door. That having had a publisher for so long, you suddenly find you don't have that publisher at the moment when this second trilogy should be available to everyone. So that is the kind of problems that we face. Why is it that you are betrayed by a publisher? Why is it that you're betrayed by nature, as happened in Hugo? And why is it that sometimes we are betrayed by our own imagination? Those are the things. But since that second trilogy, I've written a book of a diary called The Mexican Diary, which you may or may not have heard of. I'm going to make these names here. There's a poem called Shar, which is written about the effect of the Hurricane Gilbert upon my cosmology, and therefore Shar corresponds to your Hugo poems coming out of this country. Trench Tongue Rock. I pause here because that is perhaps the most important work of all. Trench Tongue Rock is about when I was murdered, when I was left for dead, and what happened after that, how you come out of that experience, which is what we're talking about now. And then the coming out of it is described in a collection of stories, poems, I don't know what you call them, called dream stories. In fact, that's what I call them, dream stories. And these dream stories were published by Longman Publishers here. Another book that you hardly find, and you have to ask why, dream stories. They published it willingly but grudgingly. And they did not publish it the way it should have been presented. All of this we have to talk about, you see. Publishing is fine, but then when the publishing is not what you really intend, there's a problem. By the time I came to Dream Stories, as a result of what I'm going to tell you, I had developed another technique within my writing which I call the Sycorax video style, in which I try to visualize hearing. In other words, instead of simply an auditory experience of the poem and oral, I try to put on the page what the song looks like. And I'm using the computer, I make all sorts of things happen on the page. Things like this, if you can see. Right? Now, to do this, you really require a mural. You require a larger space than publishers of the 20th century apparently are prepared to provide. This is the format of the 20th century utility. 4 by whatever it is, 4 by 3 by 4 or whatever. Whereas the video style requires 12 by 50. You require space. You require space. It's a mural. It is a mural of the imagination. And the publishers refuse, they said a larger book would not fit kindly on the shelf, or would not fit appropriately on the shelf. It would not be part of their format. And so I had to spend the whole summer collapsing these dream stories into this rather crowded page like that. That's not what the message is about there. But at least Dream Stories was available. And then I published, as an act of revenge in a way, my own video style, a large book called Barabajan Poems, which I really hope you have in this library. I couldn't bring Barabajan poems with me because each copy weighs a ton. It's a mural. You walk around with a mural. But from time to time, I published it myself, so here is where the publishing and the author coincide with each other. And that is an example of the video style. It is also a poem or a collection which is involved with a reconstruction of elements of disaster into another statement, into a new statement. And then there is the Rwanda poems, which I'm going to speak about today if there's time. Then there's Mrs. Solemnis, none of these published yet, but that is a poem that deals with the Middle Passage.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Welcome to the members of the next panel. It's entitled Kamau Brathwaite, His Legacy, His Infinite Touch. A short clip of the video you just saw. And so I'm gonna have Elaine Jacobs read the biography of one of the discussants, Canisa Lubrin, and Carol Henneman will do the biography for Vladimir Lucien. And I will introduce you to the interlocutor, Mervyn Taylor, and then he will take it from there. So without further ado, Ms. Jacobs. Ms. Jacobs?
Yes, good afternoon. Canisa Lubrin is a writer, editor, teacher, and critic with work published widely in North America as well as the United Kingdom. Translations of her work include into Spanish and Italian. She is the author of the awards-nominated poetry collection, Voodoo Hypothesis, and a finalist for the 2018 Nickel Chapbook Award. Ms. Lubrin's fiction is anthologized in the Unpublished City Volume 1 finalist for the 2018 Toronto Book Award. She teaches English at Humber College and creative writing at Sheridan College and in the University of Toronto School of Continuing Studies. She is the 2021 winner of the OCM Bocas Prize for the Caribbean Literature for her book-length poem that prize judges consider post-colonial poetry at its best.
Good afternoon. Vladimir Lucien is a writer, critic, and actor from St. Lucia. His first collection of poetry, Sounding Ground, 2014, won the Caribbean region's major literary prize for Anglophone literature, the OCM Bocas Prize for Caribbean Literature, making Lucien the youngest ever winner of the prize. Lucien has since had a great deal of success with his work, being published in journals and other publications, including Small Axe, Wasafiri, BIM Magazine, the Caribbean Review of Books, Caribbean Beat, Washington Square Review, the Caribbean Writer, and the anthology, Beyond Sangre Grande, edited by Cyril Davidine. Some of Lucien's poetry has been translated into other languages, appearing in Dutch in the literary magazine Tortuga, in Italian in the journal El Gible, and in Mandarin. Awards he has received include the first prize in his poetry category of the Small Axe Prize 2013 and the overall OCM Bocas Prize for Caribbean Literature 2015 for his 2014 debut collection of poems. Sounding Ground, which was also shortlisted for the Guyana Prize for Caribbean Literature in 2014, is also one of his great accomplishments. He was the screenwriter of the documentary, The Americans, which had its premiere at the Trinidad and Tobago Film Festival in 2013.
And I have the privilege of introducing Mervyn Taylor, who is the interlocutor for this panel. Mervyn is a Trinidadian-born poet who divides his time between Brooklyn, New York, and his native land. He's a graduate of Howard and Columbia Universities, where he had the opportunity of being under the tutelage of such luminaries as the great poet Sterling Brown and Nobel laureate Derek Walcott and Joseph Brodsky. Taylor has taught at many institutions, including Bronx Community College, the Young Adult Learning Academy, the New School University, and in the New York City Public School System, being nominated Best Teacher several times over. Now he's retired, he devotes most of his time to his writing and having published 6 collections of poetry to date, which include An Island of His Own, The Ghost, Gone Away, No Backdoor, which won the Petersen Poetry Prize for Sustained Literary Achievement as well, and The Raven Gallery and Voices Carry. Please welcome the panel that will be discussing the work of our Editorial Advisory Board member, Kamau Brathwaite.
Thank you, Alces, for inviting me, and thanks to all who are responsible for this wonderful literary festival, Virgin Islands. And hi, Lucy and Vladimir, how are you? You need to unmute.
Good, I'm good. Huh?
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's very good.
It's been a long
time.
time.
Good to see you. Yeah, and we're in the same city, but we haven't seen each other.
well, actually not. I think you're in New York, right?
Yeah, I'm in New York. You're not?
I'm in Trinidad. I've been here since last year, February.
Oh.
Yeah,
you're in the right place then. You're in the right place.
I'm in the right place, you know. And Canisa, is it Canisa? I hope I have it right.
Yeah, that's correct.
Canisa,
yeah.
Nice to meet you.
And you. Very good to meet you.
And
good to be here.
Congratulations on the Bocas Prize.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to share the space with you in the early stage of it. Good to be here.
That's how it goes. I gotta come to Lucia. Something in the water you guys got to have it in.
I think so. I think it's something that they drink.
Something in the water, yeah. So we should get to this right away, right? We're talking about Kamau. And Kamau used the expression ghost words, and I kind of like that for to begin what we're going to talk about, you know, where these things come from. But strangely enough, I'm going to read from somebody that people consider kind of provocateur regarding Kamau, Derek Walcott, and I think it's only fair to bring Walcott into this conversation also, right? So Derek Walcott says, in What the Twilight Says, what is needed is not new names for old things, but the faith of using the old names anew. So that mongrel as I am, something prickles in me when I see the word Ashanti, as with the word Warwickshire, both separately intimating my grandfather's roots, both baptizing this neither proud nor ashamed bastard, this hybrid, this West Indian. That comes from, again, as I said, What the Twilight Says. And I have a very early question for you guys so we can talk about this. In this regard, how does Derek's idea concerning language differ from Kamau's? And is there really a difference? I'm throwing that up to you guys.
Vlad, you want to go first?
Anyone?
Well, since you put on your mic to ask me to go first, I guess you're not ready to go. I wasn't ready either, but I'm not sure. I think, you know, I think there's multiple things we may be talking about when we say language, and often the conversation about it could be confusing because we're sometimes talking about very different things. By language and by pointing to particular kind of ancestry in relation to that language, is saying one thing, you know, like what Derek says in hearing Warwickshire and hearing Ashanti. For me, and I guess I have a closer kind of affinity with Kamau in a strange way, just because of the kind of work that I'm trying to do, not by any virtue of allegiances per se. I think Kamau, in that same interview we were watching, starts to talk about cosmology. And it's interesting because that in itself is a kind of language issue as well. So I do think that in a way where there seems to be perhaps a kind of conversation going on, let's say between two writers, they're not always talking about the same thing. I think Kamau, if you look at Kamau's work over the years, he would have written in what would be considered the language associated with Warwickshire over the years. I mean, even in his latest work, you would find that. And, you know, the language that kind of evokes Ashanti or something African. But what he's aware of, the kind of language issues he's dealing with are rooted in the issues of cosmology. And lastly, what Derek is talking about in terms of the aspect of naming that becomes so much part of his poetics is a cosmological statement. I mean, it is, for example, the Christian cosmological statement, for example, in which Adam names, Adam presides over. And it's perhaps a kind of, let's, for want of a better term, male poetics, you know, that idea of endowing things with names. Whereas I think Kamau may be tapping into something else. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay.
Well, for someone who wasn't ready, you mash up the whole dance. Yeah, you know, I don't think there's too much more that I can add, you know, other than perhaps to draw some attention to the features of orientation that might produce a kind of different, a different gathering around what each of these great poets were up to. To me, Derek is at, he is where the road splits, you know, and he is sort of paying attention to to the sort of mores of the classics, where Europe sorts of exceeds its own notion of authority, let's say, and is using what we might call the Ashanti, the sort of blackness and the black cosmogony of the Caribbean, to sort of reorient the I a little bit, so that's tending to the Adamic, the act of naming, takes on that orientation. And where I find Kamau is located is very much in the bosom of the ghost naming, the ghost words, the things that appear when he says, for later on in that video, for example, that everything he sees on television, he recognizes from his own life, where he recognizes Oya, who is his mother, who's holding onto a stick. And so if you're writing from the bosom of that sort of cosmogony, I think the language will carry a different charge, And so in Kamau's psychic frequencies, we have, something total, something that isn't quite split, the way that Derek's is split and it's doing its own thing. And so I think in another talk, Brathwaite talks about what he encountered in the US with jazz and jazz poetics and how that sort of led him to nation language, and so these roots that we take often, I think, as poets, a light language in us in different ways. And so how each of us ends up being committed to what the work of the language is that's the difference that we're sort of seeing, I think.
Very good, guys. I want to agree with almost every point that you make, but I also move along with the idea of poetry as always being the accidental feature, and that it surprises somewhere in the middle of a journey, somewhere in the middle of all that we know. It takes a different turn, and you end up in some place. And hopefully that is the strength of poetry, that it takes you someplace that you didn't plan on going, and that you never work for all your cosmologies that you have. There's another one that you end up in based on where poetry itself wants to take you. I want to read just a little bit from the judge's citation when Kamau's book, Born to Slow Horses, when it won that Griffin Prize. And this was the citation. To read Kamau is to enter into an entire world of human histories and natural histories, beautiful landscapes and their instruction, children's street songs, high lyricism, court documents, personal letters, literary criticism, sacred rites, eroticism and violence, the dead and the undead, confession and reportage. An epic of one man containing multitudes in the African diaspora. Brathwaite's world has its own orthography and typography, demanding total attention to the poem, forbidding casual glances. Born to Show is a major book from a major poet, and so on and so on. And one of the poems written in that book is a poem about the disaster 9/11 poem. And I wanted to ask you just to take a take on your own work. Do you think that poetry, by its nature, has kept pace or has in some way caught up with historical developments, human and natural? Have events formerly almost unimaginable outstripped the poet's imagination? Are we playing catch up? And I want to particularly refer to things like 9/11, and even to this terrible pandemic that we are living through right now. And whether or not theories about the use of language and adjustments in language, if they manage to stay on track with world developments. Used to be a time when poets' vision was way ahead of what was happening in the world. Stephen Vincent Benet wrote this wonderful poem called Notes to be Left in the Underground. about letting people in the future know what life was like in the past so that they could avoid things. Poets now, when we had no way of knowing what was coming. For all our vision and for all our facility with words and so on, we didn't know. And we're still caught in the vice of this current time. Do you think that we are playing catch up? Do you think that we have been outstripped by real events? Kanisha, I think it's going to be on you.
I'm not sure that I have an answer to whether or not we've been outstripped or whether poetry has sort of slipped behind quote unquote history or current events. And that probably might be to my own idyllic sense of poetry. I think poetry is in every direction all at once. And so the things that I personally tend to tune my ear towards keep me angled on futurity, even as I bring whatever I bring to the page, the past, history, physics, philosophy, whatever it is that I find interesting as the materials of my thinking. I am always angled towards futurity, because there's a way that these kinds of materials can weigh you into a kind of mud, into a kind of psychic mud that can maybe slow the wrong things down, perhaps, let's say, right? But I always think that poetry exceeds the present in a way that we probably might not even notice that it is doing. When you were saying just now about the poem taking you where it wants to take you, and again, nodding to Brathwaite, who says in that video also that he arrives at all of these things through the poem. The poem leads him there. It's not the other way around, right? And so I think the prophetic tradition of poetry probably does not get a lot of attention these days. And I think maybe that is also to do with the fact that we have a different relationship to what is considered knowledge, what is considered understanding or comprehension, and the sort of power that I think has developed over the years to weigh down the thing that the poem is attempting to do. And so even in my own poems, there's a lot that I don't understand or have not understood. But I think that gesture is an important one. And so it's a thing that I hold dear I hold those things very close. And so, I suppose this whole sense of poetry being like a timeless thing is always in the room with me, and the poems, the poets that I read, the poets that I think with, the poets that I am in a kind of collaboration with, I think they also gesture to that futurity of poetry, that sort of sense of it happening everywhere all at once.
It reminds me a bit of Eliot, right? When he says that is not what I meant at all, and I contradict myself. Well, yes, I contradict myself. You know, that there's that kind of battle going on all the time, right? Vladimir, not leaving you out.
I think a lot of these things are about a certain perspective where you're starting from. And, I'm less invested in the idea of a future. I guess it's similar to some stuff that Canisa was saying, in that, I'll start with something very simple. During the time of the Meghan Markle stuff that was happening recently, the interviews and what came out about the royal family misbehaving, I happened to be reading a very, very old book for a class, Iola Leroy by Frances Ellen Watkins Harper. And I'm like, it's the same thing. And I had this idea where I thought, and it's connected to an idea Walcott gave about metaphor, where he's talking about I think he says the experience or something of the tribe compressed into metaphor. Metaphor as a compression, not just of things, but a compression of all times into one thing. And then we have to ask ourselves, why are all of these times available to the poet at any point in time? What does it tell you? Less so about poetry or the poet as a special being. We should not to deny that there's something special about poetry, but also about time. What is the poet, by being able to access these things, telling you about the relationship of these times? I mean, we're living through a pandemic, and my partner was showing me how, you know, in the 1920s, I think, when the Spanish flu was a thing, people were wearing masks then, you know, so even to talk of prophecy, you have to talk of what then is this time thing. To call it prophecy is to surround it with what prophecy normally, you know, is thought of as being, is to think of the future as over there, and somehow we are doing something. Yes, we are doing something magical, but is it as magical as tapping into something far over there, or tapping into something deep rather than far? That is there in this idea of time that we have, meaning we're aware of patterns, you know, rather than predicting something that will happen and will be surprising. The poet maybe in some, you know, is blessed to be able to tap into something deep down that allows the poet to collapse these things that may, and it's not only the poet who sees that way, whoever the person is, that allows them to bring into a current moment things that are from the past, things that are happening in the present that are not yet clear, things that will eventually happen, you know? So I guess it's just a matter of orientation. I'm thinking of it as deep digging rather than far seeing. You know what I mean? And I think that is what, and these things are there in the structures of what we're doing. Metaphor is that kind of structure. Metaphor is a collapsing of the relationship between two things as separate. It collapses them together. So what then does metaphor do with time? You know, it collapses these two things together in a particular way through an understanding, not through it taking the future and taking the present and taking the past, by digging deep, by having what you call digging into the deep archives of this earth or this world. It's able to therefore show us. That's what we're doing. We're showing, you know, in a way, what is there, what will happen, what's around, and so on and so forth.
What happens when those constants are threatened? The very things that we almost can rely on, because when we write the poem or we make the play or we create the movie, there are certain things that we hold fast to, you know, the belief in love, as general as that may seem, the belief in love, the belief in that when we turn the corner, there'll be a house there waiting where we can go to sleep or we can relax, right? What happens when you turn the corner and the house isn't there? In other words, to be able to say the word, to come to the end of the poem, there's certain things that we not take for granted, but that we believe in, that are constant. It's like in this very video, when things begin to happen to Kamau, like the earthquake that destroys his house in the hills, which was part of his ideal, part of his refuge, a place to put his archives, the very archives we're talking about. And then there comes a natural disaster that piles mud on this place that he says he has to dig out. What happens to our poetry when those things that we trust and believe in are threatened, when those things maybe fall apart? I'm thinking, I'm sure you guys have answers for that, but I'm going to move to, and I'm going to include this in part of this conversation. A favorite poem of mine by Derek is Light of the World. When Derek goes back to St. Lucia, he gets on a bus, something as simple as that, getting on a bus. And the trust we have, because what Kamau's philosophy gives me actually is some belief in that language and in those people, a belief in that language and people, that he works towards a certain end with the faith that those are the people he can continue to believe in and continue to trust. Derek goes home and he gets on the bus, and I remember this line where he uses the patois, right? When the woman says, "Nami quitte pas, don't leave me." And he repeats the line over and over that she shouldn't be left. Don't leave me dans la terre, on the earth. Don't leave me. But of course, it's a metaphor for something a lot bigger. And what we learn from the poem is that when Derek gets on the bus, he wants so much to be part of the very people that he is writing about. I don't know if it's writing for, but he feels his strangeness. He feels his aloneness. He wants to put an earring on the girl. And then when he gets off of the bus, the most poignant part of the poem, and he's walking towards his house, somebody on the bus calls to him. And it's the most wonderful moment. He feels, I belong again. I belong. But the guy's just calling him to hand him his cigarettes. And that there's a crushing blow. And my simple question to you was then, do you think that this would have happened to Kamau, for example? Or how would Kamau have reacted getting onto that bus? Or would his relationship to those people on that bus be different from what Derek experienced?
Very interesting question, I think. One of the things I guess we got to see, those of us who saw the whole video, and it's available, I think, on the website for others who want to see the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I'm not speaking, out of turn. Is that Kamau's poem started to enter his life in a very frightening way. Kamau uttered at some point in time, the hurricane does not roar in pentameter, and his archive, his home, was destroyed by a hurricane. He was writing about persons we would think of as, let's say working class persons and so forth. In fact, I'll read something from him very quickly, Mervyn, if you don't mind. Very brief.
Okay, sure.
Which captures this. It's from Strange Fruit, which he has a part of it called Bolam. And the Bolam, interestingly, is, we would have known of the Bolam from Walcott and from growing up in St. Lucia and these places, like a Dwen almost, It's this idea of illegitimate birth or something, somebody who died without being baptized and so forth. But it's actually
relating to the character, the Dwen, right? In Trinidad mythology, the Dwen.
Yes, very much the same, very much the same.
Backward facing feet and so on. Yeah,
very much. But anyway, it's really him talking about when Rites of Passage was released, and he was talking about the rejection it faced from certain quarters of his colleagues, people around him, at the university and so on. But then he talks about what happened when he read this collection, which is both dealing at a high intellectual plane with particular people who could have been in conversation with it, but as well with other people. And maybe the poem may answer the question that you're asking. So I'm reading this very brief bit here.
Okay.
It says, and this is what happened at the end of the night after people made all kind of excuses why this launch could not happen and so on. And then he says, I stand here as the women and them pick me them to touch my hand and kiss my cheek. It is their silence I will never forget. That silence of the night of darkest Caribbean. That silence of the barefoot of the culture, where it so lowly is, the presence and persistence of the Nam, and yes, I call it certainty. The child they render to my arms is suddenly so still, rest without wriggle, again that weight and knowledge, and as if they know how they had died and died to live again, and know they has to die again to live, to love, to sing, to bring us back. And he's talking about that is an actual experience, just like Walcott's actual experience. So in a way, here had these people had gathered around this launch of Rites of Passage, right? Which is dealing with stuff they might not have known about in name, but that was the reaction that would have happened. So in a way, it does perhaps answer the question that you're asking.
Absolutely, yeah. Canisa?
Yeah, I think from an abundance of caution, I don't want to imagine what Kamau might have done on that bus, but we do have a vast record of so much that Kamau, he has constellated for us his own engagements, and when he says again and again that the work of poetry, or the work of the poet is to write about you, or write the people you love, and when he talks about the cosmological as being a bunch of wheels turning, it's your wheel in relation to someone else's wheel, in relation to the wheel of your community and the wider wheel. I find usually his poems are sort of nested in the sense of a wider cosmogony, even, as is very apparent in something like Dream Stories, where he's talking about coming out of being left for dead, right?
Yeah.
And so what, for me, when he talks about the Sycorax video style being, the mural of the imagination of trying to replicate sound, there is a kind of enfleshment of his imagination, which, if I were to compare something of that to Derek, his sense of, an apparent lack of distance between him and what he's observing, but we can tell from start to finish that, yeah, this is a poet observing, rather than, with Kamau's enfleshment of whatever is happening. It's that kind of, you're simultaneously overwhelmed and held in place with Kamau. And so let me just read, because Vladimir read, but because I also want to read from Dream Stories, which I think maybe addresses the question you're asking more fully than anything I can say. This is from The Black Angel, where he says, "We give it a name because, in the first place, it was only one of its kind in the camp, and we had never seen its like, at least so close up, as it were, before, and because, when Kaplo wore it, he kept its high collar sticking up like little ears or wings around his head. We used to have some quite heated discussions on whether the color more closely resembled wings or ears, until someone hit on the idea of the Black Angel. And from then on, everybody saw the colors as wings. Or perhaps it may have been the other way around. I can't remember. Anyway, we all accepted the name. And in the warped, fantastic environment of our lives, naming and identifying a jacket was one of the less extraordinary of our happenings. And so you could see a similar movement, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. I just want to bring this up very briefly, so maybe we could handle it later, because it connects to what you just asked, which does deal with an idyllic kind of reality. But somebody in the chat posted part of the video where he's talking about after, when he felt that there were all these circles of community and so on, then these things happened to him. Yeah. It would be an interesting question now to ask now what happens after that. But I'm just saying for later, or whenever you want to ask it, it would be interesting to deal with that part of things as well, where that community circle and that, that makes for the connection is broken. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he did say that at the point when he was having all these troubles with the hurricane, and then very strangely, Kamau describes his own murder, which is just a really incredible thing, about the gun at the back of the neck, the dirty rag in the mouth, and so on. So here's a man who is almost, in a way, telling you how he was killed. He reminds me so much in a way of Leroy Clark, the Trinidad artist, who said about, when I said, you're writing some stuff that's going to be very difficult. He says, this is a boat, and anybody who gets on, all they have to do is hold on. In other words, we're going into rough water, and I'm not here to make the journey easy for you. Just hold on. And so much of what you're talking about, too, Kanisha, about him making flesh out of these things is an experience that is almost like Kamau drawing folks into it. And I know some who would hesitate at the door and say, no, that is your journey. We don't have to go along with you with that. And very often, the very people that you write for will stand there and wait to watch you burn, in a way. And so I think about his going to the American idiom, to jazz, for a different way of expressing things, a different language and so on. And he wasn't, of course, Kamau was shared the same light as people like Amiri Baraka, who is known for scattering words on the page and known for music, you know, and Baraka will sing half the poem to you and just scat and so on. And the same thing happened with him, if you remember, when he became totally nationalistic, that when he had the riots in places like Harlem and Watts and so on, some of his fellow poets, and I hate to call a name, but well, what the hell. I'm talking about people like Ishmael Reed, for example, who said, I hold some poets guilty of what has happened to some of these young Black men, because Amiri Baraka actually had poems that said, get your weapon and take what you need, you know. And a lot of young Black guys on the streets suffered or died as a result of that. And Ishmael Reed said, I hold some of my fellow poets responsible for these deaths and so on, what they had to say to the people. And I'm always curious about our relationship to the people. My friend Wesley Brown used to say, who is the brother on the corner? You know, we have this reference to a brother on the corner and to our love and so on. And we move from a kind of romantic attachment to a kind of real thing. And you can see it in Kamau in this video, how he has been, in a way, been traumatized by what has happened, almost been betrayed by the hurricane and been betrayed by the people. He witnesses a shooting outside the window of the library. And it's almost like he can't come to terms with it. And I suspect that part of that is that a lot of poets live their lives writing and in an honest way assessing things and so on. I don't know how many poets, well, of course, there are poets who have given up their lives and so on, but the air to the streets is an important part of this exchange. That my journey here in Trinidad, being home, is Charlotte Street. Remember Sparrow said it, Charlotte Street, Wabin and Grog and Pan beaten fine, all that way on the mind. The best metaphors I've heard have come from those people. They're not writers, but they create the metaphor. It's theirs. And I'll tell you this one, and it was a poem that should have been in my book, but I couldn't quite. She said she had a tray of lovely red tomatoes, makes you think of William Carlos Williams, right? Lovely red tomatoes, bright red. And she said, all you look, fresh red tomatoes, man, me and the tomato man make back. Now that was not lost on me at all, and I can't get it out of my ear. Me and the tomato man make back. The creation of metaphor among these people is instantaneous and almost as easily thrown away like a carnival costume on a Tuesday. The poets, in their struggle to find the right thing, recreate miles of paper and lecture to find what we want in this way. What the people have is what we want, actually. What the people have is what we want. And we rightly so, because we need it. We need it. But there's another place I think we have to go for. And what I wanted to ask both of you is, where do you find your metaphor? Where do you go? I mean, outside of reading. In your,
Mervyn,
in your
I hate to interrupt at this
go?
time, that we're over time. So if you could just wrap it.
Because the other lecture before always took up half of our time.
So we actually giving you the same time, but it's about 5 more minutes to go before we actually get to
5 more minutes. Okay. Yes. All right. Well, can they just respond to this? And guys, I'm sorry, we don't.
Okay.
I have a million things to talk about.
I recognize that, and you're so engaging.
I want you both to read something for me from your own that you think reflects your belonging or your being part of Kamau's legacy, right? I want you to read something. But could they just answer that particular?
Yes, yes.
Where do you find your language?
I think Canisa should go first. She have a more recent collection than me, so she can answer that question already.
Language. I might add also the diaspora element, which we have not even talked about.
Yeah.
What happens when you leave your land? Derek said something about when they asked him about, do you get homesick? And he said, no, but I become disoriented if I stay away too long. So go ahead, Kanisha. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The small answer, because we don't have much time, is that the language comes from everywhere. Right. It can come from anywhere whatsoever. The sense of closeness to the thing that we take to the page is true for me as well. But I also have a whole heap of interests becoming prismatic, and so I think my language then has a similar kind of constitution, a kind of prismatic presence, where you will have the language of, the folklorist down the street and your grandmother and, Einstein and, somebody else brocading together. Yeah. And so that's the simple answer for me.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, my answer is less poetic, because I think of late, I mean, one of the things I've been doing is recently learning Spanish. And it required a particular vulnerability from me that, I don't, as a poet in, let's say, English or whatever, Caribbean English, you have a certain confidence. You're merely just an exponent, you're merely just putting it out. Learning a language, you find yourself inside of it. You know what I mean? And it's, it's like you're in the sea and you don't get things right. A wave hits you to the side or something like that. And I've had that experience recently with Spanish. So it makes me realize how much, I was a thing being moved about within a language, so to speak. I can't tell you, I'm not answering this question from the perspective so much as a poet, but at least a more inchoate kind of realization that I've gotten from being inside of another language that's not mine and realizing how language uses you and how language moves you about in a way that
I like that.
It's not where you're not entirely in control all the time. And I think poets use that a lot to describe their process. And I think being put in that position at what I would consider a late stage in my life linguistically, where I'm using language in a certain way, it introduces you to something humbling in relation to language. That makes you realize how complex this whole process is, because it's been like I've been on the sea of Spanish there and not been totally in charge, not the best swimmer in that sea.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah.
yeah, that's good. I don't know if we have 2 minutes for you guys just to share like 4 lines, 5 lines from your own work. Kanisha, would you do that, please? Okay. Yes, you can.
We can. Okay.
Yes.
I'll what I'm going to read is actually an elegy that I wrote when I was watching, and it kind of talks about diaspora in a way. When Kamau died, I was here in New York. I couldn't go.
Is that Elegua?
Elegua for Kamau.
Elegua.
And I said I would. I vowed to myself years ago that the day Kamau died, I must be at that funeral, and I couldn't go. I was there in New York and I couldn't go. So I watched the funeral on YouTube and the poem came out of it. So in a way I did travel, I guess, there, and the poem is, something, a relic of that. So let me read it. A small church, brethren, narrow like some new writer chapbook, and on this small island of your coffin, self-publishing tropical flowers, trumpeting silence in all directions. Those words we gather, brethren, those strong bouquets of breath we send to who will receive them. The broken bread of consciousness we seek to share with those who will receive them, those who will come even after we leave them. And outside the church tonight, somewhere or anywhere from Africa across Atlantis into the Caribbean, somewhere you have lived before, in Accra, in Kingston, in New York, all that you did write about is happening, not like prophecy, not like some blast from the past back in time's dance of history, but in the deep presence of the base of knowing yourself that is history, secret and emphatic, and certain as sweat softly inscribing a black man back as he dancing close navel to navel with his woman, secret and sycorax like the small juk in the small revolution of her waist and bosom tois on him. A small church brethren, a small and respectable like Bejam, the coffin small and respectable, and a small and respectable widow, and the Barabajan pastor in his Barabajan accent, small and respectable. And Compañero Gordon Role going back to Carnival Trinidad to write the Caribbean down after him read your eulogy. And the Kumena Yards talking in Jamaican Congo, and the world tomorrow with more capitalism and slavery, and Rum Shop and Christophine. And yet Trini Roger Robinson win Prospero T.S. Eliot Prize for we. And yet Brexit sending we black to we Caribbean like if we was immigrants or Johnny come lately arrivants. And I in New York watching the squirrels at Washington Square West, and Janice Whittle gone back in she black mourning clothes, and John Renata fly all from St. Lucia to see you off, and the grief like it walking up to him throat when he realizes die you die, and it's really at your funeral he is, and later deeper in the Caribbean night, in the clack, 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 clack of the cicadas, in the loud blocko of invincible crickets, invisible in the thickets whose noise I used to think was the sound of stars, and your wife and widow gone to the house, the room at CP, the bed politely made, still offering rest and rising again to the weary, and the soft breeze still tickling the clothes on the line, and the black belly sheep resting its warm stomach against the earth finally. And Dream Chad gone back to the house, sitting down, feeling down, and the wind entering cow pasture again, shwee-shweeing in the dry season trees, and the frangipani rustling greenly, softly, Ashe, Ashe, Ashe.
Wow, that is
Thank you,
beautiful.
my brother. Kanisha.
Beautiful. Thank you for that, Vlad. I will read a very short excerpt from the Disgraphist. Return number 32. The brutal cool of hours south of the border. Here go my failing nondescript pronouncements. The eye and ear and mouth here. With the art that lost life here, a muscle here, a way to lean gently. Movable sense. What this is, I have barely been abridged. I have merely paused on a return, away or what? Listen, you call me an ambulance or leave me nondescript. Leave a sidewalk, or like I said before, just a voice making music again, brutal, cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. Enjoyed. This is a conversation to continue somewhere, somehow.
It has to be continued.
Thank you.
It's just so, you know, I wanted this to continue. It's like drinking and you're thirsty, and I'm like, but I know that I am the leader here, and there comes a time when you have to. You know, so I really appreciate the time you took to prepare for this. I didn't know exactly how this would work, because I just wanted to celebrate Kamau, especially since we're dedicating volume 35 to him. He was 30 years on our editorial advisory board, and he was very active. He would call me, and sometimes he would tell me things, and he would write me these emails. He was one of the most active ones we had, and I felt really privileged to have access to him like that. So I really appreciate you coming, and this is beautiful. And that piece remind me of the piece I read when you won the prize at the Caribbean Writer, and I tried to get a hold of you, and you thought I was stalking you. I sent you a message on Facebook. I sent you a message to let you know that you had won the prize. And then eventually, I guess you realized I was a real person, and then you responded. So I had just taken over the Caribbean writer. So thank you very much for that. And
just quickly, there are a couple questions in the chat asking the title of the poem that Vladimir read.
Yes, I'd like to get that.
It's published in Small Axe, so it's online. It's called Elegua for Kamau. I put it in the chat for panelists and the attendees as
Yes,
as
I
well.
just saw it. Thank you.
Okay, Alces, I just want to say big thanks to you and finally get to see you, I think, for the first time, behind the emails. So hi, and very nice to meet you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
And good luck and continue all of your prizes and your successes. It's really nice to meet. I've been reading you for a while and I'm really happy to meet you.
Thank you. Very good to meet you as well. Mervyn, Vlad,
nice to
everybody.
Meet you too.
No, Mervyn, thank you so much.
Glad to see
thank
you
you
guys.
so much.
It was beautiful. All right.
You're
all
welcome.
Right, so next up.
Bye.
Everyone deserves a second chance. The VI lottery is giving players a new wave of opportunity with the second chance raffle.
If you enjoy the excitement of playing the VI lottery, now you get another shot at winning.
Every 2 weeks, one lucky player in each district will win a $200 gift certificate, which can be used at various stores in their district.
Who wouldn't want to take advantage of an opportunity when it presents itself the second time around?
Didn't win? Go for the second chance drawing. It's easy to play.
That's right. All you have to do is take the non-winning ticket and log on to winvilottery.com. Click on the second chance game logo, enter your lottery ticket number and its serial number, submit it, and you're good to go. The VI Lottery, a wave of opportunities.
We have, Chika is next up, Chika Unigwe. And Yvette is going to introduce Chika.
Hey, thank you, Alces. So our next author today is Chika Yanique, sharing her work around the theme Strategies for Using Realities and Cultural Dynamics in Fiction. Chika Nina Yanique is a Nigerian-born Igbo author who writes in English and Dutch. In April 2014, she was selected for the Hay Festival's Africa 39 list of 39 sub-Saharan African writers aged under 40 with potential and talent to define future trends in African literature. Previously based in Belgium, she now lives in the United States. Over the years, Chika has received many prestigious awards and distinctions. A selection of these include winner of the 2003 BBC Short Story Competition for the short story Borrowed Smile, nominated for the 2004 Kane Prize for African Writing for the short story The Secret, winner of the 2012 NLNG Prize for Literature for the novel On Black Sisters Street. Chika is the creative director of the Awi Creative Trust, and she was a judge for the Man Booker International Prize in 2016. In 2016-2017, she was a Bonderman Professor of Creative Writing at Brown University, and then went on to lecture in creative writing at Emory University. In 2020-2021, she joined Georgia State and State University, Georgia College and State University as a core faculty member teaching creative writing. Please help me welcome Chika Nina Yanique to the 2021 Literary Festival and Book Fair. Chika, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I thought I was supposed to share and then do a workshop, but what I'm going to do is basically for the 40 minutes that I have, maybe read from 2 different books and take questions if that works out better. Because I also prepared a workshop, but I don't know how that's going to work out.
Well, that might work out too. You know, it's this is all. You know, we're in this virtual space where we're open to anything. The workshop is what we had in mind, but if you want to do in that direction, we just enjoy having you. We want to hear you, and we read your work. So
okay, thank you. So I'm going to do a reading and then I'll do a workshop. So I hope everybody's ready to, work with me.
Okay, just a second. So Adrienne, you can open her, give her screen share so that she can just quickly transition if she needs to share her screen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to. So I'm going to read a short story from Better Never Than Late, which is my latest book. It's a collection of short stories. It's linked. There are linked short stories following the same Nigerian characters in Belgium and in Nigeria. And the story I'm going to read from is called Love with a Fat Woman. When Godwin brought his wife home to meet his family, his twin sisters hid their faces behind their hands and laughed. They said hello to their new sister-in-law and said, "We are very happy to meet you." Yet he could see the laughter bubbling underneath. Godwin had told them on the phone that she was not beautiful, but he had said nothing about either her corpulence or the fact that she smoked like a man. "Could you not find anyone better?" his mother asked him later that night while the new wife slept, her snoring deep and rhythmic, as if keeping count to some unheard music. "She grunts like a pig," he said. "Sometimes I sleep on the sofa because her snoring keeps me awake." The mother looked at him and shook her head, the way she did when she saw images of starving children with bloated stomachs, not with pity, but with something akin to bafflement that people survive such poverty. "If she grew her hair, she might look better," she said to Godwin. "Perhaps," Godwin agreed, "but I did not marry her for her looks." "Yes," his mother agreed, "but even then," she sighed, "you live with her. You see her every day. How do you stand it?" Godwin shrugged. His mother worried the beads around her wrist. Then she said, "How do I show her off to the other women, eh?" "You don't have to show her off at all," Godwin snapped. She looked annoyed. So to placate her, he said, "I'll marry a nice woman for you, a woman who will give you lots of grandchildren." His mother smiled. When will you marry a proper wife?" "When this is all over," he said, waving a hand over the deep red couches of his mother's sitting room, as if they were the this he meant. He'd ordered the furniture earlier that day. The power it had given him to walk into a showroom and say, "That set of two, please," and then have it delivered on the back of a truck. His mother had waited at the door, taking in the congratulations of neighbors who had trooped out to watch the men from the furniture shop offload the couches and carry them to the sitting room on the first floor. Then she followed them in and told them where to place them. "No, thank you. The plastic wrapping could stay." The plastic sheeting squeaked with every movement, but it did not bother his mother, who sat on each of the 6 cushions, bouncing softly to test them for comfort. "How soft this velvet is," she said, running a palm across the length of the armrests. Godwin asked her how long she was going to leave the cushions wrapped up for. "My first set of new furniture in over 30 years, and you think I'm in a hurry to tear the plastic off? Biko, leave me, let me enjoy seeing them like this." Whatever he did for his mother. She'd been uppermost in his mind that night at the club in Antwerp, when he smiled back at the first white girl to smile at him. The girl was not his type, but he could see the potential in her. If he played his cards right, she could help him become the sort of man he had dreamt of being. The sort of man who could finally repay his mother for the years of sacrifice she'd endured and grant her an early retirement from her petty trading, which no longer brought in as much as it used to. And even then, it had not brought in nearly enough. 3 mouths to feed and a husband disposed of by cholera. He had never known his mother to stop and rest. It thrilled him now to see her sit on the couch, her legs spread out in front of her, twirling a brand new handbag. Tina had chosen the bag herself, her present for Men's home mama. Godwin had no sharp recollection of his father. That is to say that what he remembered was vague, a liquid shadow as if seen through the rain, walking out of the door every morning with a battered briefcase and a bowler hat on his head. Both the briefcase and the hat had been kept for him, preserved in a paper bag on top of the wardrobe in his mother's bedroom. When he was younger, not so young as to be scared by the thought of wearing a dead man's hat, but young enough to be sentimental about his mega inheritance, he would climb on a chair to reach the top of the cupboard, bring down the paper bag and bury his head in the hat, taking in huge gulps of his father's scent. The memory warmed him, and he felt happiness like molten lava flow through his veins. He smiled. "What are you smiling at?" his mother asked. "Just happy to be home," he said. He had not expected to miss Nigeria when he left. First, he went to Cyprus because it was easier to get into and cheaper. And he had been promised by the agent who got him the visa that he would be able to work on a farm. He had indeed worked for a sturdy farmer whose name he could not pronounce. He was worked like a hearse, but he was fed, and he had a room in which to dream. He'd made his way from Cyprus to Spain and then to Belgium, where he was determined to become a legal resident. He was tired of wondering when he would be caught and deported. He went into clubs that would let him in without an ID and smiled into the faces of young girls who mainly ignored him or scowled. When he met Tina, he held on to her. She was his passport. When she whispered her fears to him at night, that she was fat, needed to lose weight to keep his love, he touched her breasts and told her that he had never fallen for skinny girls. "I like my women with fat on them, baby, and you're just perfect." Lying was easy if you kept your eye on the goal. She often asked him to tell his version of when they met. "I couldn't keep my eyes off you," he told her. "And what was the first thing you said to me?" Tina liked to ask. "I asked if it hurt when you fell from heaven because for sure you were an angel." It was a cheesy line, but he couldn't think of anything better, and it had sent Tina into shrieks of laughter. She looked almost pretty when she laughed, eyes shining and mouth spread wide, exposing soft pink gums. And that was the beginning of their love affair. He asked her to marry him within months, and even though she said she was young and it was too soon, and shouldn't they get to know each other better, she accepted and threw herself into the preparations, harassing city officials who questioned Godwin's motives, and handling the rigmarole of the marriage process until the road was cleared and they could marry. Tina danced like a whirlwind at the wedding, which set Godwin back a fair bit, and proclaimed that it was the very best day of her life. It was the best day of his too. He had a marriage certificate and a whole life of legalized stay in Europe ahead of him. Once he got his Belgian citizenship, it would be thank you and bye-bye to Tina. Sometimes, not often, he felt a twinge of guilt, but what was he doing wrong, really? It wasn't like she wasn't getting anything out of it. He was giving her a huge ego boost. She liked to show him off to her friends, so really it was a fair deal. It wasn't part of the deal to come back to Nigeria so soon on holiday, but he'd had no choice. Tina had wanted to meet his family, and he had to keep her sweet until he got what he wanted. So here they were, his mother asking if Tina was the best he could do, and his younger sisters giggling behind her back, mimicking her waddle and her cigarette smoking. He had to remind them that had he waited until he found Miss Belgium, he might have been found out and deported, and then where would they all be, eh? That killed the giggles. He loved his sisters, 15 and beautiful. They would have no problems getting good husbands when the time came. He was giving them a good education, providing them with a comfortable home. They did not need to hawk bread as he had done to help make ends meet. After everything he'd been through, he was entitled to a break. And if he were honest with himself, there was a lot to like about Tina. There were times he thought that had he met her under different circumstances, had he not been focused on making sure that he had the right papers to stay on in Belgium, he could have loved her. Granted, she was bigger than the type of women he fell for, but there were times when he put his head between her breasts and never wanted to stir. There was also a confidence about her when she wasn't complaining to him about her weight that he found sexy. She walked into rooms as if they were hers, and she was compassionate, one of the most compassionate people he knew, a trait that had influenced her choice of career. Tina was a woman of little frivolity, which was what one might expect of someone who spent her days working in an old people's home. Her only excess was the wedding. She had told him she wanted a Nigerian wedding. My big, fat Nigerian wedding, she said. She hadn't contributed a cent to it. Godwin worked in a factory and enjoyed his beer, but Tina said they had to save, adding her salary to what he earned so that they could build up a fortune for whatever children they would have. She calculated how much they would save if he cut down from 3 bottles of beer a night to 1. She meticulously cut out supermarket coupons from newspapers and scoured aisles for bargains on washing powder and shampoo. Godwin was grateful. He really was. Nigeria is going to cost a lot, Godwin had told Tina when she first suggested the holiday. When she wasn't put off by all the inoculations he told her she would need. When she was not put off by the fear of contracting malaria from vicious mosquitoes, he had hoped that an appeal to her frugality would do the trick. But she'd said, "We have savings, darling. Take it from the joint account. I want to see your family. This is important to me." The days in Enugu moved like an overfed dog, and darkness came early, as if the days themselves could not wait to go to sleep. Tina asked to see the city, so Gordon took her to the new burger and pizza joints his sisters feverishly spoke about, and where he was sure not to run into anyone who knew him. They took his sisters along, and the girls enjoyed their food, despite Godwin saying that the pizza was nothing but stew and bread, and nothing at all like the pizzas of Europe. Tina smoked and asked if they could not go somewhere more authentic. When she complained that his sisters hardly spoke to her, he said it was because they were shy. When she complained of his mother not exchanging a word with her, Gordon said it was because his mother spoke no English. Tina said she could not wait to go back to Belgium. The vacation was not what she'd expected. She moved around listlessly, smoking on the balcony, complaining of the heat and retiring to the bedroom to sleep long before anyone else went to bed. The second week of their stay, halfway into the vacation, Godwin's grandmother arrived from the village, smelling of the earth and carrying a sack of almonds and mangoes dirtied with sand. She wore thick glasses and asked in a loud voice for the new wife. She had not been told that Tina was not a real wife, just a woman Godwin had married to get his papers, and now Godwin felt guilty at her enthusiasm. He sent for Tina, who came out of the room in a sleeveless baby pink dress, her face and arms flushed, putting Godwin in mind of a giant pig. "My Oma," Godwin said dully, introducing his grandmother to Tina. Tina mumbled hello, but the old woman spread her arms and made rapid movements like a bird flapping its wings. Tina stood where she was, looking into the woman's face with a puzzled expression. Godwin's grandmother took the few steps needed to bridge the gap between them and hugged Tina. She held her and spoke Igbo into her ears, words that Tina surely could make no sense of. She let go of Tina, smiled at the room and said, our Godwin has brought us back a real woman, a beautiful woman. Her skin shines like a polished wall." Godwin looked at Tina and thought, yeah, her skin does shine. And how had he never noticed that her short hair suited her, the red at its tip like tongues of fire, complementing her baby pink dress. He watched his grandmother trace Tina's face, proclaim again how beautiful our new wife is, and lead Tina by the hand to the sitting room. She handed the sack of food to Godwin's sisters to be washed and asked that a plate of mangoes be brought to the sitting room. She was going to sit down and eat them with her new granddaughter. For the rest of the day, she sat with Tina in the sitting room eating mangoes. Tina copying the old woman, cupping her chin with her left hand the same way the woman did to catch the juice dripping from the fruit. His grandmother spoke in Igbo, and Tina spoke in Flemish, and they both laughed that they could not understand each other. And when the grandmother pointed to the plastic sheet on the sofa and mimicked the act of tearing it off, Tina laughed, and her laughter tinkled a bell. And at that moment, Godwin felt a stirring, something tender that he thought might be the beginning of love. Thank you. So, I'm going to have some water. So I took my second Moderna shot yesterday, 2 days ago, and it's knocked me out. I feel like I have malaria. So yeah, so I'm exhausted.
Thank you for being here.
No, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm really happy to be here, even if it's virtual. But I hadn't expected the Moderna second dose to be this hard on me. Like
it's gonna be like that for at least 2 days. And then
yeah. So every little thing, wears me out. I'm just gonna share the cover of On Black Sister Street, but I'm not going to read from it. So this is a novel about 4 Nigerian sex workers who end up in Antwerp and work the red light district of Antwerp. And it's a novel that completely changed me. But another Alces had mentioned a workshop. And so for the workshop, I have a poem here called Autobiography. And what I'd like us to do, if you're all in the mood for that, is to use this as a prompt and write an autobiography of a protagonist. And I'm going to read the poem. It's a poem by Nazim Hikmet. It's pretty long, so I'll just sort of read a bit of it to give us a feel of it. Autobiography. I was born in 1902. I never once went back to my birthplace. I don't like to turn back. At 3, I served as a Pasha's grandson in Aleppo. At 19, as a student at Moscow Communist University. At 49, I was back in Moscow as the Cheka Party's guest, and I've been a poet since I was 14. Some people know all about plants, some about fish. I know separation. Some people know the names of the stars by heart. I recite absences. I've slept in prisons and in grand hotels. I've known hunger, even a hunger strike, and there's almost no food I haven't tested. At 30, they wanted to hand me. At 48, to give me the Peace Prize, which they did. At 36, I covered 4 square meters of concrete in half a year. At 59, I flew from Prague to Havana in 18 hours. So what he does is he uses, his age and years to reveal himself to the reader. So this is maybe 15 to 20 minute prompt to allow the autobiography of your protagonist to reveal things about them to you, but also bearing in mind that a story isn't just an anecdote, that a story is always a problem that the writer sets for himself or herself that is then solved, right? So a story asks why and how. So yeah. And the second part of this prompt is to also embed within it a confession. So your protagonist reveals things about themselves to you, but also reveals a confession, right? And I tried this prompt myself because one of the things I'm very interested in, stories of people at the margins and women's stories coming from Nigeria, which is a very patriarchal society. One of the confessions that my character revealed to me as I was doing this was the fact that she'd been sleeping with her boyfriend. So this is a young girl sleeping with her boyfriend, gets pregnant. And when her parents ask, she blames it on somebody else because she knows that whoever is responsible for her pregnancy is going to be punished. And she doesn't want that person to be the boyfriend, because this is a schoolgirl. She's like 16, 17. And once she revealed that to me, I was like, wow, I still haven't finished writing the story. I'm going to go back and finish it. But just to share that this is a prompt that I have found very useful myself. Alsace, I don't know, how did you envisage the workshop?
You know, since I have been doing this, I have had so many different experiences that I'm afraid to talk about what I envision. We've had people do PowerPoints and prepare them in advance. We've had people do PowerPoints and present them right away. We've had individuals read and then ask questions and then allow a prompt. We've had a variety of ways. I think in this particular instance, you're asking for that. You might want to have people think about a character, maybe themselves, and then perhaps share it back to you, because maybe we've been here for a long time, so I guess some people they're just drinking in what you're saying. So to stop and start to write again might change the rhythm.
Okay.
So I think that you might want to just.
Okay, so I'll just drop the prompt here, and then you do with the prompt, you know, what you will, right? Yes. Yeah, okay. And then do you have questions for me? Or do you want me just happy for me to read again, or to talk about my writing in general?
You can talk about your writing, what inspires you. You said that you lived in Belgium, and from Belgium, from Nigeria. That's also foreign to a Caribbean person. What is that like, and how did that contribute to your work as a writer?
I think this is my most Belgian book, so let me talk about the process of writing this book, and it's going to touch on all of those things, right? So on Black Sister Street is a novel that is set in Belgium. It's about 4 Nigerian sex workers who live and work in Belgium. And I came to this topic because when I moved to Belgium, I was very shocked to see how sex was very open. Prostitution was open. So it doesn't matter what time of day, if you sit on the train and you go past Brussels North, you would see women in display windows, right? You see prostitutes in display windows waiting for clients. And people, kids are going to school and passing by, and people are going to work. It's like it's no big deal. But for me, the first time I saw that, it was a very huge cultural shock. And then when I realized that many of the Nigerian sex workers, so many of the Black sex workers in Antwerp were from Nigeria, I became very curious, right? Because I grew up in a very conservative Catholic home. I mean, like, I wasn't even allowed to say the word love. So if I had to, or sex, I wasn't allowed to say the word sex. So to kind of see sex in the open like that was very confrontational. And I knew that I had to write about it. But the only way I could write about it was to do some research. One of the things I believe in is that as a writer, you have to respect your characters. And one of the ways you respect your characters is by researching the characters that you know very little about. So I knew very little about prostitutes, very little about Nigerian prostitutes or Nigerian prostitutes in Belgium. And so I went to the red light district. And one of the first Nigerian women I spoke to, I have a very Catholic conscience. So I wanted to be open that I was there doing research. But she just laughed at me because she couldn't believe that you could be Nigerian, you could be a Black woman, you could be a woman of a certain age and live in Belgium and not be a sex worker, So when I told her I was a writer, she started laughing like, yeah, right, pull the other one. And so I realized that this could actually work to my benefit. And when I started doing the research, or before I started doing the research, the world of sex workers, particularly Nigerian sex workers, to me was very polarized, right? It was either, I thought that I knew everything that there was to know. And I thought that, trying to find a way to articulate this properly. Okay, let me tell you the things that shocked me the most. So the first one was that many of the Nigerian sex workers were not working to make money for themselves. They were working to make money for their families back in Nigeria, right? So they were putting themselves in debt. And when I did my research, I think it was 60,000 euros they had to pay back to their madams before they could be free. So they were working to earn back 60,000 to 80,000 euros, right? And sending money back to their families. Some of them had children back in Nigeria that they were looking after. There's in Benin City, which is the city where a majority of the Nigerian sex workers come out of. There is a new middle class springing up. And that middle class is made up of people whose daughters are in Europe working as sex workers. Some of the most touching interviews I had, I think the one that said, was it a girl who was a woman who was brought into Europe by her father. So her father was basically her pimp. She said her father had two wives in Nigeria, left them a long time ago, moved to Europe, got married to somebody else. And then when she was about 14, 15, her father asked her if she wanted to come to Europe. She said, of course I want to come to Europe. So her father got her papers ready and had somebody bring her in. And so when she came into, her father was in Germany. She came into Germany after, and the first thing her father did was to tear her passport and tell her, you don't really exist here. And if you go out and the police catch you, just tell them you're underage and they won't send you back. Then after about 3 weeks, her father asked her if she didn't want to go to Antwerp, and see a bit more of Europe. She said, sure. So her father sends her to his friend in Antwerp. And the very first night she's there, the woman gives her clothes and tells her, well, you need to go and work, And she told her that her father hadn't told her she was being sent to Europe to work. And the woman said, well, how do you think your father makes his money? He brings in prostitutes and I help him set them up and he gets his cut. And she said she had to talk to her father. And so she spoke to her father on the phone. And the first thing her father asked her is, well, don't you want to have your own house? Don't you want to have your own car? Don't you want your own fine thing? She said she did. Father said, well, so you do what the other girls do. And so she started working. And there's a cafe in Antwerp called Escayg, which is a cafe out of which illegal Nigerian sex workers work out of. And every few years, the police would do a raid there. But the raid the raids that they do, right, is just for show. So they do maybe one raid per year and then they leave them alone the rest of the year. And so that was where she was working. She was working out of Escayg, sorry. And then she said this was in the middle of winter, and her one of her clients gave her money to buy winter clothes. And so she bought the clothes. And when she got back to her madam's house, the woman noticed that she was wearing new clothes and asked her where she got the money from. And she told her that a client gave her money. And the woman was livid and stripped her and locked her up in a room and told her that she wasn't supposed to spend any money on herself. And the next day she told the woman that she didn't want to work anymore. She wanted out. And she wanted her money. The woman told her that all her money had been sent to her father and she should, go to her father. She wanted money. cut a long story short, she's now married, and she's married to the client who got her into trouble. And I asked her if she hated her father, and she's like, no, how can I hate him? He gave me everything I didn't have when I was in Africa. And all this to say that it's a very, for want of a better word, it's a very nuanced world. It wasn't as black and white as I had imagined before I went into research and before I went into talking to the girls. Some years after the book came out, I went to on a sensibilization campaign in Nigeria. We went to a girls' school and we spoke to girls who were between, I think, 13 and 16. And I went with the director of an NGO who herself was the trafficked victim, but who now, runs an NGO trying to keep stop Nigerian women from coming into Europe to work as prostitutes. And she asked the girls how many of them knew women who were working in Europe as sex workers, and all the hands went up. And she asked them, how many of you want to go to Europe? All the hands went up. And so we talked a bit about my research, and we talked a bit about her experience, and showed them some documentary. And at the end, she asked them again, so who still wants to go to Europe? And more than half of the hands still went up. And she asked them why. And one girl said, well, because somebody's doing it for me now. I have to sacrifice for somebody else. Because very often when we talk of, before I started my research, I always sort of thought of prostitution and human trafficking the way that I saw it presented on TV, right? So it was mostly women who don't know what they're coming to do, and then, they're being forced into this, right? But here, I met women who knew what they were coming to do, who actively went for it. But then it was very difficult for me to consider that as a choice, because they were choosing this because they're choosing this because they feel like they don't have any other viable choice, right? One of the things I discovered was that there was an auction house in Brussels where Nigerian women are auctioned off. I don't know if that auction house is still there, so I'm going to talk about it in the past tense. So an auction house where Nigerian women were auctioned off. And these are women who bribe, say a musical group is coming to perform, they bribe the managers of the band to put their names on the list as performers. And then they come in knowing that they're going to be auctioned off. And the day that they're collected, and on the day of the auction, they are stripped, and the only thing they have on them are placards with numbers, because names are not important. And the what's it called? The person who does the auction, whatever that person is called, announces all their assets. So he goes like maybe number 39. Number 39 has big buttocks and has big breasts. She's the kind of person that white men like, because their primary clients are white men, not black men, right? And the girls are twirling, or the women are twirling and turning and smiling. And one of the most heartbreaking things for me to hear was that they're twirling and smiling because they are hoping to be bought. Because if you are not bought, then your other option is to stay in this country without any protector, or to go back to the country that you've escaped. Neither of which is a good, neither of which is a good option, right? So just the whole thought of, of these women, coming in, knowing that they're going to be sold, knowing that they would not even be given the privilege of names, right? Was so, I don't want to say the word moving, but it was moving, right? And that made it into the novel as well. Yeah.
What did you do with that research?
So the research went into the novel. It went into creating my characters. And one of the things they did for me was that by being in that space and people thinking I was a prostitute, right, meant that when I was writing about my characters' first day on the street, that I was writing it from a place of some sort of knowledge, because I felt her vulnerability, so I could channel that into the character. Right.
What was the point? What is the point of view you used for that?
Sorry?
For that novel, your point of view. What point of view did you?
So there are 4 protagonists, and all 4 sort of get a say in it. Yeah.
They were characters. They were first person speaking in separate.
It's been a while since I read the novel. I'm just going to open it up and see. No, I think it's it's third person, but 4 protagonists.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you would be the narrator with the fly on the wall. Is that what you are, the narrator? You are telling their story.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
So she's the objective narrator. Wow.
Yeah.
Is this the book you said that changed your life?
I said it. Yes. It's on Black Sister Street. Yes.
In what ways?
In the way that it made me less judgmental. Coming from the sort of background that I came from, and thinking that I knew, my first reaction when I saw the prostitutes behind display windows was, yuck, how can anybody do this, right? And then talking to them and hearing about people, going into this so that they could buy medications for their parents, I realized that shame is a luxury that some people don't have, right? My parents have never had to depend on me for anything, right? And yet here were these women whose parents were dependent on them for every little thing. And so they were doing what they felt that they had to do. I don't think I met a single Nigerian prostitute who was doing it just for themselves. There was always a familial obligation behind that decision to do this, right? There was always the sense that there was something bigger than themselves, right? And unlike the Eastern European prostitutes, for example, who have to be controlled by drugs or whatever, they don't do drugs, right? On Sundays they go to church. I spoke to one in Italy who said that because in Italy, they don't even have the protection of the police, because prostitution in Italy is illegal, right? So they're working the roadsides. So they dress up and they stand by the roadsides, and cars stop and they enter cars of these people that they don't know. So every time they go to work, they don't know whether or not they're coming home alive, because they don't know whose cars that they're entering. So she said that they pray to Jesus and ask Jesus to cover them with his blood before they enter these cars. So it was just sort of it was a world that I didn't expect. Did
your novel have any kind of political effect in terms of? Seems like there's a characteristic in your work that you are writing. You're saying something about your society, and there's a political comment you're making. Did it have any political effect?
I think that my novels always say things that I'm passionate about. Does that have a political effect? I don't know, but I'll tell you what. So this on Black Sister Street was optioned for a movie by a production company in Belgium. And the director told me that when he went to the police, he went to talk to the chief of police because he wanted some information to sort of bulk up the movie. And the chief of police told him that the only thing he needed to read was a novel by a Nigerian writer called On Black Sister Street. I hadn't told the chief of police that they were doing a movie on this book. And for the chief of police to say that, oh no, this is what you need to read because this book gets it, makes me sort of think that it's achieved something, yes. Right? And when we went for the sensibilization campaign in Nigeria, I think it was the law and order people from the UK that told me that they were reading my novel to help them sort of deal with or to help them understand, right? Because one of the things that the novel also reveals, or my research revealed, is that so on the one hand you have, the Nigerian sex workers. On the other hand, you have the police, who are also corrupt, right? Because there's this tendency to think that it's only in Africa that, police people are corrupt, right? But there is corruption in the forces in the West as well, which is why these people can come in, right? There was a former prostitute in Italy who told me that when she came in, they came in as a lot of six, and they came in by air, and they came in through Heathrow Airport, that they were let out through the staff exit. Now, you can't do that unless there's somebody high up enough that you're bribing there, right? And so that this tendency for the West to think that they are squeaky clean, right, is ridiculous, because this thing survives only because there are people in the West, from the embassies to the police stations, that are willing to be bribed, right? And one of the problems that the illegal sex workers in Belgium, one of their biggest problems is corrupt policemen. So one of them said that when the police stop you, especially because if you're illegal, then you're vulnerable, right? And the girls have learned to hide their money in their vaginas. So, and the police know that. So what the police do is they strip you and they insert, they go into your vagina to bring out the money, right? So I think so apart from making the world less polarized for me, especially the world of prostitution, it also broke it broke so many, or it shattered so many myths I had, about a lot of things.
Wow, got it. Oh, just reflecting on this deeply stirring story.
Yes.
And your research. Yes, I'm curious. I know time is of the essence here, but I'm curious about your character. Was it Lisa in the first reading? What happened to her? Did the young man get his papers? What happened? Can you tell us really briefly?
I did actually finish that story, but Better Never Than Late is interconnected stories, so it reads like a novel. So no, he doesn't. She leaves him because she knows that she's being used, and he falls in love with her, but she leaves him.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. Alcest, anything else?
I think this has been a very compelling afternoon. We have right after the Brathwaite panel, and then this one, there's just, you learn so much as you navigate the world and about the way things are, and the things that we feel are so repulsive sometimes. Sometimes we see the mercies in them. We see why people do what they do, and it's humanizing. So I thank you very much for sharing.
Alcest, let me just quickly share Apple Gidley's comment in the chat. She says, fascinating. Thank you, Chika. As a white woman who was brought up in Nigeria, your comment made me think neither bribery nor privilege has a monopoly on any color.
Yeah, she's absolutely right. Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you very much. Chika, I thank you for entertaining our invitation, and we hope to see you again. Maybe next time when we engage with you, you'll be able to do the workshop. I know this was short notice, and you've done a great job. We really appreciate your sharing, and you've made us bigger people today from some of what you've shared. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to have some Tylenol PM and fall and
that'll help
again. Yeah.
Thank you, and do feel better.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, certainly. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Next up is we have for 30 minutes we have Stephanie Fearon and Kerry-Ann Escayg. I hope I'm saying that name properly. My name has been butchered a lot, so I understand if you're feeling butchered. I empathize because I've been called everything in terms of my name. So, Kerry, how do you pronounce your name?
Escayg.
Escayg. Okay, there you go. So we have.
Okay.
Introduction of their.
I'm doing the first for Dr. Fearon and
Yes.
Elaine for Dr. Kerry-Ann Escayg.
Escayg. Okay,
Yes.
Let's go.
Okay. So for this next panel, we have Dr. Fearon, who has a PhD in educational leadership and policy from the University of Toronto. Her research draws on Black storytelling traditions to explore the ways that Black families and educational institutions partner to support student well-being. Dr. Fearon's work uses literary and visual arts to communicate in a structured, creative, and accessible form, insights gleaned from stories shared by Black mothers and their families. Her extensive academic and professional experiences have led her to work with system leaders, classroom educators, and community organizations across the country and internationally. I turn it to you, Elaine.
Yes, good afternoon. Yeah, Dr. Kerry-Ann Escayg is an assistant professor of early childhood education at the University of Nebraska in Omaha. As an anti-racist and anti-colonial scholar committed to fostering racial equity in the early years, Dr. Escayg, via both pedagogy and research, challenges racial and attendant economic injustices affecting Black children and families in the US, Canada, and the Caribbean. Theoretical approaches ranging from Black feminism, anti-colonialism, and anti-racism to Caribbean anti-colonial theory, as well as creative expressions of resistance, including short stories, poetry, and other fictional modes, combined to inform her scholarly and creative output. Dr. Escayg advocates for anti-racism in early childhood education. Recently, she further established this pedagogical model by creating an anti-racist professional development program consisting of several interrelated study modules for early childhood educators. Welcome, Dr. Escayg.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So I am now going to share my screen. So just give me a moment, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Stephanie Fearon, and I'm joined by my co-presenter, Dr. Kerry-Ann Escayg. We thank you for joining our presentation entitled Black Mother Liberation, an Anti-Racist Pedagogy for the Modern Classroom. For this session, we draw on Black mothers' cultural legacy of using storytelling to affirm our collective and historical positions as resistance leaders. Dr. Escayg and I will use creative expression to narrate Black mothers' collective wisdoms, intergenerational focus, and liberation dreams for an anti-racist society in which Black children rejoice, excel, and live their fullest potential. Welcome, welcome, people of Africa. We humbly assert the battle cry of freedom, of hope, and revolution. We are one. My name is Dr. Fearon. I am a Black mother and the program coordinator for the Equity, Anti-Racism, and Anti-Oppression Department for the largest school board in Canada. I am an arts-informed researcher. I interview Black mothers and reconfigure their insights into literary and visual arts to explore the ways that Black families and educational leaders can partner to establish anti-racist learning environments for our children. I am also the descendant of Africans enslaved in Jamaica, and on my paternal side come from a long line of African land keepers from Jamaica's Bullhead Mountain region. My maternal family has deep roots to the lands located in the most eastern part of Jamaica. This land birthed renowned resistance movements like the Morant Bay Rebellions. I am with my people as we continue to work, demand for liberation worldwide for ourselves and our children. Dr. Escayg.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our session. I am Dr. Kerry-Ann Escayg. I was born and raised in Trinidad, and as a result, I had the opportunity to be immersed in rich, diverse cultural traditions and practices. Those experiences have definitely informed how I approach writing, teaching, and anti-racism. You see, I view Pan-African unity as the integral approach to dismantling global white supremacy and oppression. However, it starts in the classroom. It starts with us recognizing that we have continued to use colonial legacies of oppression and ideologies that dehumanize to our detriment. So as an anti-racist, anti-colonial scholar, I am invested in serving my people for the common goal of radical transformation.
Dr. Escayg, I'm going to let you share the agenda.
Here's our agenda for today. We're going to start with some creative storytelling. However, as we do so, we want you to think about how your experiences perhaps may resonate with the stories we provide. We're then going to situate those stories in some key theoretical frameworks. And of course, a conclusion, and we're going to give you opportunity to ask us questions. But remember, throughout this storytelling, it's not our voices only. It's your voices. It's voices of the past, voices of the present. Next slide.
Certified kitchen poets. On a Saturday afternoon in November 2020, Darlene hunched over a hot stove. The 32-year-old stirred chopped chicken thighs and a handful of diced scallions into an iron cast pot of soup. Her sister, younger by a mere couple of years, balanced on a nearby plastic stool and leaned over the laminated counter. She sliced a bunch of potatoes, carrots, and a single pumpkin into strips of whites, yellows, and oranges. Smells of pimento, garlic, and thyme engulfed the kitchen and escaped through the back door and nearby window. Darlene turned to the window and watched her 3 sons chase one another in their front yard. Each boy, a different shade of brown, shared her rounded nose and high cheekbones. The 9-year-old wrestled the younger brothers to the ground and into a heap of leaves. The boys giggled and screams seeped into the single-story house. Sis, Darlene asked, remember when we would spend hours in the kitchen watching Granny and all the aunties cook? Yup. The younger sister slumped further onto the stool. And we promised each other never to be stuck in the kitchen like them? Darlene cackled, revealing a gapped smile. We're just like them, she added, certified kitchen poet. Darlene and her sister come from a long line of kitchen poets. These Black women who cooked and told stories, cared for the community's children for generations on adopted lands in the Caribbean and Canada. The mothers stuffed phrases into their fried dumplings and tossed folk tales into their stew beef. They poured riddles onto their rice and peas and baked their bami with prayers. The kitchen poets nourished each other, their children, and the community with these foods wrapped in love, joy, and dreams. The younger sister moved from the stool to the cupboards. She rose to the tips of her bare toes and grabbed a large metal bowl. Life's not going to be like this forever. Darlene raised the wooden spoon against the pot. I can't imagine that type of life, she admitted. Darlene yanked her yellow head wrap until it grazed her eyebrows. I'm too busy, just surviving. Come on, dream with me, the younger sister pleaded. Darlene huffed. Not when I'm hustling to pay these bills and make sure you and the boys are good. The younger sister strolled back to the counter. In our dreams, we don't worry about money, the sister declared as she scooped the cut vegetables into the metal bowl. In our dreams, Darlene smirked, we're not begging for those extra shifts at the hotel cafe. Nope, we're not gonna pick up those cleaning jobs either. The younger sister grabbed the remaining few vegetables on the counter and plopped them into the bowl. I won't miss those jobs. We're only doing jobs that we love, Darlene yelled. The woman laughed. The younger sister gripped the bowl of vegetables and shimmied to Darlene by the stove. There's going to be proper transportation and good jobs right here where we live, the younger sister announced. And we're going to buy a house back home in Jamaica, Darlene said as she stirred the soup. We're going to grow our own food on our own land for our people. The boys will learn how to care for the land, the younger sister plunked fistfuls of vegetables into the boiling soup. Darlene nodded. We will build our children's schools. Everybody, especially us, will recognize our people's brilliance and beauty. The sisters strolled to the counter and dropped onto the stool. Darlene placed the lid over the boiling pot of soup and patted her jean legs. We're gonna make it, sis. I don't know how, the younger sister confessed, but we'll figure it out. Of course we will. Just like all the mamas that came before us did. Darlene turned off the stove. Darlene's cell buzzed in her jeans. She pulled the phone from her back pocket, raised it to her ears, and listened to the voice. Yes, ma'am, Darlene replied to the voice and shoved the phone back into her pocket. They need an extra shift at the hotel cafe, Darlene mumbled. The younger sister shrugged. I'll feed the boys. If I leave now, I could catch the streetcar. Darlene scurried to the back door. Go,
On the battlefield. The conspiracy of heaven had enacted their first order of command. Something in my spirit stirs and I reach for the book. I stare at the words on the page. Is she speaking directly to me? How is it possible that although generations and geography separate us, her words resonate with my soul, eliciting tears, wonder, a joyful connection, and a musing of intellect and passion. I'm reading one of Maria W. Stewart's speeches compiled by Marilyn Richardson, a fearless warrior commissioned by the realm of the unseen to challenge the pharaohs of her era and to lay a sharpened axe at the root of injustice while praising his name. Maria W. Stewart, according to Marilyn Richardson, was a woman of profound religious faith, a pioneer Black abolitionist, and a defiant champion of women's rights. I finished the book in 2 days. I am inspired. I'm invigorated. The similarities between character, integrity, and religious dedication have quickened my intellect. Although a natural bent enables me to search for such consistencies between the author and her audience, perhaps the hand of Providence sees it fitting to offer a spiritual and intellectual challenge. She has run her race and now sits in glory. What about yours? I ruminate on the possibilities while I silently wait for the gentle prompting of the Holy Spirit. My love for justice is so intertwined with my love for Christ, for one is inseparable from the other. He is living justice. He is our hope. When I think of Maria Stewart braving the obstacles of her day, I check any unfounded apprehensions. Fear gives way to prudence. Prudence gives way to trust. Reader, listener, I too am a heaven-sanctioned warrior, albeit from a different context. I'm a Trinidadian anti-racism, early childhood, and Black feminist scholar, writer, educator, and creative. I can still vividly recall the memories of my early childhood and youth, playing There's a Brown Girl in the Ring, sha-la-la-la-la, reading Boyo and Carla, liming with my friends after school, and begging and pleading to attend watercolors or a carnival fete. The impassioned pleas did not yield the desired results. Oh, how transitory is the period of youth. Yes, much of my earlier years have shaped my beliefs, my passion, my pursuit. I believe in and I work towards Pan-African unity. The bitter root and fruits of slavery have left a lasting economic and psychological impact on the African diaspora. Thus, the suffering and tears of Africans and African descendants across the globe, and in particular that of our sisters, should be viewed as our suffering. We are one. Lest impertinence manifests itself in unfounded accusations, I am not dismissing contextual differences. Rather, I aim to elucidate our historical and contemporary commonalities, our struggle for liberation from the yokes of global white supremacy, and our ever-persistent adversary. Every warrior operates in a specific kingdom, and every warrior is equipped with varied forms of ammunition. In my case, I'm an assistant professor of early childhood education. With his power and grace, I teach all of my courses using an anti-racist pedagogy. I discuss racism with students. I incorporate diverse forms of knowledge in the curriculum, and I engender a process of learning that allows students to question and to interrogate normalized truths. He brings light to the dark places. I bring in a collective truth to dismantle the falsehoods and fantasies birthed through white supremacy, especially those that pathologize Black mothers, Black children, and Black families. To this end, I advocate for anti-racist parent-teacher partnerships. I bring in the truth of the bloody bodies and the desperate cries of those who look beyond the shadow of death and grave to boldly proclaim, fear God and give him glory. My classroom is the point of convergence between past and present worlds, blurring the lines between the tangible and the immaterial. In my classroom, silence narratives do not exist. They are engaged, they are analyzed, they are given credence. Neither deterred nor weary, the end goal emboldens every step. A crown of glory, a robe of righteousness, a reward from his hands, nay, all an indication of what awaits in the land of glory and promise. The shell of the mortal body finds comfort and joy in the pasture of Pan-African unity, liberation, and, of course, reparation. A collective voice elevating our cries to the one who sits on the throne. We are your people, the work of your hands. While we wait for the divine judgment, divine reckoning, we prepare, we fight, we reject divide and conquer tactics. We hold steadfast to the truth of the ancestors, the truth of who we are. In such blessed assurance, wrapped in faith and in the unity of our brethren from near and distant lands, we find rest. We find justice clothed in victory.
Dr. Escayg, thank you so much. And before we continue to go on to the background of the paper, I'm just wondering if we could all just take a moment to think about our own stories, our own narratives, and how they situate within the stories just shared by Dr. Escayg and myself. I'll give us a few moments just to reflect. And I'm unable to see any chat box, but feel free to put your thoughts in the chat or even just say some words.
We're monitoring the chat.
We're monitoring the chat.
Thank you. So I'm going to continue then. And please feel free to use the chat box. These stories that we just shared are not just our own stories. These stories also reflect the larger narratives of Black mothers, of Black women living in the diaspora. We want to also note that these stories are grounded in theories. And here are the theoretical frameworks that drive our stories. Dr. Escayg, can you tell us about anti-racism and anti-colonial Caribbean theory?
Next slide. So what is anti-racism? Let's start with a basic definition. It refers to identifying and eliminating anti-racist actions, policies, and practices. What does anti-racism or anti-racist teaching look like in the classroom? Well, anti-racist teaching centers students' racial and cultural identities in the teaching learning process, especially Black children. It ensures equitable learning opportunities. Moreover, it challenges the myriad ways in which white privilege and power operate in the classroom and broader society. Anti-racist teaching dispels the myth of white superiority and equips students with the knowledge and skills to enact various forms and their own individual forms of resistance. It is activist and action-oriented. Also, another key tenet of anti-racist education, anti-racist teaching is intersectionality. That is, we address not only race, but how does race intersect with, for example, class or gender. Anti-colonial Caribbean theory. I conceptualized this particular theory when I conducted my doctoral work on Trinidadian preschool children's racial identities, as well as the racial socialization practices of Trinidadian parents and teachers. I have defined it as an interdisciplinary framework that foregrounds historical analysis of colonization in relation to the social, economic, educational, psychological effects that continue to impact Caribbean's people. There are several overlapping features of anti-colonial Caribbean theory. These include the concepts of resistance, childhood colonization, decolonization, indigenous cultural knowledges and practices, as well as creolization. A key part of anti-colonial Caribbean theory, however, is that it emphasizes the multiplicity of forms and creative expressions found in historical and contemporary narratives of resistance. This theory has not only been developed based on a review of academic literature, but also Caribbean literature. Indeed, Caribbean literature frames many of the dimensions of anti-colonial Caribbean theory.
So now we're on to what is Black mother work? So my doctoral research really situates in looking at Black women who are mothers and the various ways that not only they partner with schools, but how they resist oppression. So for Black mother work, in the book Toni Morrison and Motherhood, A Politics of the Heart, Andrea O'Reilly documents Morrison's use of Black womanist storytelling to theorize a Black mother work framework. You see, everyone, Morrison presents a framework on Black mother work that is concerned with the empowerment of Black mothers themselves, their children, and their communities in the face of the racism and sexism and many other forms of oppression that seek to harm them. Black mother work is revolutionary, as it opposes the ideas that parents, especially biological mothers, should be the only child rearers. So as experienced in both our stories, Black mothers include aunties, it includes teachers, and many more. King and Ferguson maintained that by constantly meeting the demands for survival and fending off discrimination, it is altogether possible for Black women not to be cognizant of their own powers as leaders. Mother characters in both Dr. Escay's story and my own did not use the term anti-racist leader to describe themselves. The Black mother characters nonetheless demonstrate the ways in which we, Black mothers, use stories, narratives, collaboration to structure the meaning of our own leadership capacities, skills, and approaches to anti-racist work. Black mothers and storytelling. Black mothers worldwide embody a rich tradition of using stories to mobilize and organize for Black liberation. Our maternal stories challenge us, as well as others, to bear witness to our collective resistance against the oppressions levied against our children, families, and communities. We use our stories to help plot, map, remember, and interpret the archives of the everyday Black mother experience. In the seminal piece, Talking and Testifying, Geneva Smitherman articulated storytelling as a rhetorical strategy used by Black communities to convey broad theoretical observations about Black life through concrete stories. See, everyone, we, Black mothers, use our maternal stories, comprising personal self-stories, cultural stories, and meta-narratives, to ask and answer questions in our own voices. Our long-standing tradition of storytelling affirms our humanity and further connects Black peoples, especially Black mothers, across the diaspora.
To conclude, we are going to revisit some of the big ideas expressed in our stories, your stories. We welcome you to join in pretty much like a call and response. We want to pay respect and honor to our cultural traditions, our African cultural traditions of the diaspora. For example, calypso is a form of social commentary and has been used in past and present to critique various forms of oppression. We use calypso, we use stories, we use art to challenge dominant discourses. So we're going to start off with a particular calypso that definitely has a Pan-African theme. Anyone here familiar with Lord Superior's calypso? If you are, raise your hand. Not so much. Or just familiar with the art form. You know, COVID just shut down all carnival activities. So we had nothing this year, right? But you're familiar with the art form, yes? Yes, yes, yes. I was a child performer back in the day, so I was quite familiar with all the calypsos, always singing a calypso every year for a competition. But in this particular calypso, what I like about it is that he emphasizes how important Pan-African unity is for us as a people. And he's a Trinidadian calypsonian. Well, he passed away in 2018. If you want to play the clip.
I'm going to play it. So everyone bear with me. I'm an amateur DJ.
Nope, that's not the right one.
Of course it wouldn't be the right one. In my
Okay, but you know what? If we can't play it, I have the lyrics right here. And as I mentioned before, I was a performer as a young child. So this is just another opportunity for me. I see Yvette pointed. Yes. All right. Black people in Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Jamaica, and Puerto Rico are talking to Black people who live in America, Brazil, Venezuela, all over Europe and Canada. The gap that exists between you and me must be bridged for its high-class stupidity. We are all the same. I mean, we are one people. And isn't it a shame we can't learn to take an example? He goes on to say, and this is the part that I really love and enjoy, no matter where you're born, you're still African. I don't care where you're born, you're still African. So that's my contribution to the Pan-African unity and identity. And normally when we're singing calypso and extempo in the Trinidadian context, we conclude with Santi Maniti. It's the equivalent of the African-American drop the mic. Okay, so Stephanie, I now pass it over to you.
So you know what you got me thinking about, Kerry-Ann, when you were just talking about calypso and your childhood. So everyone, I have a 3-year-old. When I went like this, it was because he just woke up from his nap. And before his nap, I just read this beautiful book to him. And it is by Tammy Charles. And I'm just going to read the last couple of pages, because it really ties into this idea of Pan-African unity, but it also ties into this idea of Black mother work as resistance, as part of our dream work.
You have 5 minutes.
And on the day the universe was created, you were thought of, dreamt of, carried like a knapsack full of wishes as planets, stars, moons took their places, making room for you, your people, their dreams, your future. All because since the beginning of time, Black child, you mattered. They mattered. We matter and always will.
And Stephanie, I'm going to relate that to instilling racial pride in Black children, also as it connects to Pan-African unity, hope, and joy, because we also must accent or emphasize hope and joy in our work, right? And then we will wrap up. Again, it's going to be extempo form, poetry in motion here, all right? The first step of Pan-African unity is to love your Black identity. They wanted to make it seem like Blackness has no worth. Brothers and sisters, be on the alert. But don't run and look for cover, because fear's the weapon of the oppressor. Stand strong, know who you are, because it won't be long. We ending with a victory song. Da-da-da-da-da-da, Santi Maniti.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. And next, we're waiting now for the other panel, and we're running a little bit behind. We have with us today our publisher, Yona Dept, formerly of Simon & Schuster Publishing, and Luc Cadet. So Yona Dept is the president of Riverchild Media, a public relations firm specializing in the promotion of books by and for authors of color. She's a former publicity director at Simon & Schuster Publishing. And she is partnering today with Luc Cadet. He's the founder and business director of Abantu Audio, which is founded in 2015. His roots begin in Haiti, but extends wherever he travels. Whatever he experiences and all those things he brings humor to. Through his platform, he seeks to bring more understanding and truth to society with oral stories and narratives of underrepresented communities. Abantu Audio is dedicated to empowering authors of color who capture the many beautiful hues within their communities. Luc also holds 2 degrees, one in computer information systems and management from the University of Texas at El Paso. Please welcome Yona Dept and Luc Cadet.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you so much, Alces, for having me. It's so good to see you, albeit virtually, because you know how much I love VI, and I totally would have been there, you know, with you. Damn this pandemic, but it's still good to see your beautiful face and everyone else's face. So thank you for having me. Like Alces said, I am the former associate director of publicity at Simon & Schuster, in particular the Atria imprint. One of the blessings of the pandemic is I actually realized, you know what? I don't want to go back to corporate America. My position was eliminated in October of 2019, and I took the leap of faith. And I stand on the shoulders of my ancestors, and I launched Riverchild Media in August of 2020. And I haven't looked back. My passion, my love, you know, for books runs deep. I have an MFA myself in creative writing, so I get it as a writer. And one of the goals of Riverchild Media is to do more, to really bring about a change in publishing. Publishing has been going in the wrong direction when it comes to us. I've been saying it for years, and one of my missions is to right the wrong and to correct some of the things that they've been doing wrong. One of which is, you know, just taking our community for granted. In the last year, we've been in this maelstrom of change. We, you know, have seen, you know, the countless deaths, senseless deaths, continuous assault on Black bodies over the years. And, you know, our world is shifting, and publishing is shifting along with it. In the last year, we've seen a push for more people of color, more people that, you know, that look like you and me working in publishing. They have gone so far this time as to hiring more influential people of influence in the publishing imprints. What do I mean by that? Meaning that they are hiring now people at the publisher level, the VPs, the taste makers, the decision makers of an imprint, because those are the people that set the tone for what they acquire. And what's happening is that it's a wonderful opportunity, for authors of color, because now they're looking for us, guys. We've become a trend. It's like all of a sudden they woke up and realized, oh, there's a lot of talent with authors of color. And now I think there is more of a commitment to acquiring authors of color, more so than before, because now, like I said, they have publishers who are saying, no, we don't only need to hire the editors, we have to go higher, and set the tone, for these imprints. So for all of you who are looking to be published, this is the time. This is absolutely the time. And I'm excited about where River Child Media kind of fits in that whole movement. One of the things that has also changed, during this last year is there is a pending sale of Simon & Schuster, my old haunt, into they're being sold currently to Penguin Random House, which will make them the largest publishers ever. And what does that mean for us? Good and bad. The good is that it's more opportunities to publish. You have, more editors, more salespeople, more marketers that look like us that are looking to mine the talent in our community. That's great. But the downside is, they're saying that, that this whole idea of a monopoly. There's concerns about advances and how that's going to affect the new authors' pockets. So that's, so that's also a concern. We won't know until they actually go through with the sale, if that's ultimately going to be true. But I tend to be an optimist. I think that they're going to be looking, for other ways to expand and to do more. And I think the advances will follow suit, but ultimately, we will see. One of the other things that we've seen is an increase in book sales in the pandemic. As people have unfortunately lost their jobs, been furloughed, or lost hours, there's been this commitment to reading. I think people are doing a lot more reading now. Book sales that have gone up. We've seen a lot more books being actually published and promoted by the publishers, especially in the areas of race, social activism, fiction and nonfiction, which I think is amazing. And I think that trend is going to continue. So if you have a book, in those areas, I would say, certainly get yourself an agent and get your stuff, out there. I think a lot of publishers now are also acquiring titles, without an agent. They're actually re-examining their systems in terms of how they acquire titles. So if you guys don't have an agent, which I still think is the best way to get in, only because, the agents have these relationships with these editors and they can get you a response. Unfortunately, when you submit, to a lot of these publishers, you may not hear, from the publishers for months. But if you have an agent, more than likely you'll hear, within a month or two, whether they're going to acquire your book or not. So I say, if that's what you love to do and you have a manuscript that you've been sitting on, I would say do it, especially in the children's space. There is so much room, for growth there. This is something, again, it's nothing new, but there is, a particular need for, especially in the YA space, for books that are geared towards young men of color. I've always felt, and I think, the publishing world is also, recognizing that and are actively seeking, those types of books. So if you have something that is geared towards young adults, and, I'm talking, anywhere from 12 to 17 in that sweet spot, they're looking for that. So I would certainly encourage you, to do that. I had the wonderful pleasure of meeting Luke Cadet, actually was one of my sorority sisters who sent his information to me. And when I met him, it was like an instant, love affair in terms of our commitment to community. one of the other things that has happened in the last year is that we've seen tremendous growth in audio sales. I mean, I've always personally loved audiobooks, but because, you know, even though I'm working from home, I have a lot going on. Business has been very good. So sometimes I don't have the time to physically sit and read because I have other things to do. But what I can do is do two things at once, where I can listen, you know, literally be listening, you know, to a book in my car or as I go for a walk. And as a result of that, we've seen audio sales skyrocket. We've seen a lot of celebrities now, you know, going in and being the voice of some really popular books, fiction and nonfiction. So when I met Luke and he told me what he wanted to do, I said, listen, we've got to get together and do something, you know, because he wanted to, you know, take advantage of this trend. I mean, he'll tell you more about, you know, his history and how he came to create Abantu, you know, when he gets to speak, but, you know, just really pay attention to what he's saying. I think there's a lot of opportunity, especially for Caribbean writers, not only as authors, but as, you know, as voices, you know, for a lot of these titles. So I'm going to pass the baton because I'm a publicist and I can literally go on for another 20 minutes easily. But I want Luke to have the opportunity to kind of tell you what he's doing. We could talk about what we're doing together and, you know, how you guys can participate. So Luke, take it away, my brother.
Thank you. I appreciate you. And I share to everybody and thank you for welcoming us to this amazing platform that y'all created. I've been on here since this morning, watching a Haitian literary giant speak earlier. So it's been a blessing to be a part of this. So thank you. Like Yona said, we are creating a collaboration with her insight in the publishing industry and my background with what we're building with Abantu Audio and our audiobook platform. We felt that it would be something powerful and impactful. Not only for our communities, but for the publishing industry in general. A little background about myself. We started Abantu Audio back in 2015. And the idea really was sparked from a lack of narratives and stories, primarily our history within the African diaspora. You know, back in 2015, before this became a trend, you know, there was not a lot of these stories and narratives and history on a lot of these audiobook platforms. And rather than begging for them to have a seat at their table, we decided to build our own because we believe it's very important for us to have our own platform and for us to become the gatekeepers of these industries. Because for so long, the publishing industry has been dominated by white people who have had a social bias towards our stories, which is why you don't see a lot of them in the industry, a lot of those books being published and ultimately having the commercial success that they should. So rather than asking them why they're not doing this, we decided to build our own platform to really focus on our stories because we think that our stories are beautiful, they're impactful, they're important, and in my personal opinion, these publishing industry companies wouldn't be what they are if it wasn't for the Toni Morrisons, the Maya Angelos, and the James Baldwins of the world. And so with the success of our platform and the success of audiobooks in general, just to give you some numbers, in 2019, the net sales and revenues were up 16.4% in 2019 for audiobooks, bringing those sales to $1.18 billion. So the global audiobook industry back in 2019 was a $1.18 billion industry, and it's been growing double digits, 25% year per year. And for the first time ever last year, audiobooks had surpassed ebooks in sales. So the only other format that's beating out audiobooks in sales currently are physical books. And honestly, as this trend continues and as we continue to see it continue, I believe that at some point in time, audiobooks are going to surpass physical books in sales because it's just more convenient, it's easier, and that's just the technological world that we're living in. And thank God for technology, because one of the reasons why we were never able to access the publishing industry is because we weren't the gatekeepers. We didn't have the access, but technology is kind of playing somewhat of a balancing role in that way. And the conversation I had with Yona is, you know, rather than wait on these publishers to come and look into our communities for the goal that our communities are, we could do it ourselves. And we could leverage audiobooks as a way to kind of gauge the success of these titles. So, for example, in the Caribbean, it may be difficult to push out physical copies of your books, right? So rather than going the printing route first, which may be a little more little more costly, you can go the audiobook route first. So, for example, our platform, as we talk to all of the major publishing companies in the world, so we're having a conversation with Penguin Random House, Harper, to shed all of them to distribute their titles on our platform globally as well. But we can leverage their names to shed light on the authors within the Caribbean as well, I think. And those are the conversations that Yona and I have been talking about, because ultimately, with the success of audiobooks and speaking to an executive director at one of these major publishers, when it comes to the Black community specifically, they're purchasing or downloading audiobooks at 2 times the rate than they are purchasing the actual physical copy. So our community is listening to more audiobooks than they are purchasing the actual physical copy. Not only that, but the younger generation from 25 to 45, that specific generation of people, they're listening to audiobooks and purchasing audiobooks the most at a highly increased rate. So as that trend continues to grow, and as we continue to age, what we're going to see is that the younger generations are going to prefer audiobooks over the physical books. And in fact, that's kind of where publishing kind of is going. It's leading in that direction where they're going to go audiobook first, and then the physical copy essentially somewhat on demand. And so with that in mind, you can leverage obviously the audiobook side of things to gauge your sales, since audiobooks is a lot cheaper to package, and you can get it out globally. And that way you can track your engagement and see how sales do. And from there, like Yona said, you can have her as a publicist herself, kind of market you to these publishers so that, you can kind of give them numbers, because white people love numbers. They love to see data. So you could say, hey, I've had this much downloads on audiobooks. Now, instead of going into the situation hoping for a deal, you can go into the situation, demanding certain things. And although audiobooks can be an investment, it's a great investment, because if you see anything, if these technical advances are showing us anything from TikTok, which is more video and audio, from Clubhouse, which is a social media platform that's valued at $1 billion, which is an audio hub, from Twitter that said that they're going to create a little audio portion of their social media platform. A lot of these platforms are going audio, and audio is going to be here for a very long time. And that's something that you can hold on to as far as long-time royalties are concerned. That's something you can hold on to and can bank on for generations, honestly, because audio is not going anywhere. So that's just a little brief introduction to what I do. I wanted to give Yona some time so she can finalize some of her statements and comments.
Thanks, Luke. Yeah, I'm really excited to be, working with Luke, because I've been saying this for years, and I kind of felt like it fell on deaf ears, in that the Caribbean is unmined territory. There was a time where, Caribbean writers were quote unquote in vogue. And, it would not be unusual to go into a bookstore and see a plethora of authors, with rich, evocative stories, beautiful covers, a lot of support, from the, publishers. And, we're talking the era of Edwidge Danticat and Jamaica Kincaid and authors of that level. But since then, it's been really quiet. It's been a minute since we've had, somebody really break out, in terms of, the Caribbean writers. And I feel that, we're long overdue. So when Luke and I were having a conversation, I said, wouldn't it be interesting to kind of do the reverse? Instead of trying to focus on the print publishing, wouldn't it be interesting to kind of, test the waters and create an audio book. Now, this is not to say, guys, that you have to skimp in terms of the quality of the writing, because at the end of the day, even with audio, the story has got to be, top notch. You still have to, do your due diligence in terms of, getting it edited and all of that with the flow and, et cetera, et cetera. However, I do think that, a lot of people, will take a chance, on an audio, book if they, for various reasons, whether they're traveling, they're in their car or what have you. I think a lot more people are downloading audio. Wouldn't it be, awesome, to create a sensation, with an audio version of a book and then have the publishers come to you? Because ultimately that's what happened. That's what happened when we had a lot of YouTubers that were exploding. That's what happens when self-publishing, exploded several years ago, where you had like all these romance writers, that were, putting out like tens of thousands of copies of their books. What happened? The publishers reacted. I know at Atria, we created an entire imprint based on those types of authors. We basically, that's what the editors did. They went online, they searched YouTube, and they plucked these authors and they gave them book deals, and quite lucrative ones. That trend has since died down, because I think now, a lot of those authors felt like, what, I was probably making more money doing it myself. Some continue to be published. Some have actually moved on to TV and film, because of the notoriety of their books. So, there's been a lot of that, happening in the last several years. So I think this is really an opportunity for some of you to actually consider. And there's also an opportunity for your voices. I mean, your actual physical voices. Because I mean, how many of y'all have watched a film or something and you see somebody with that fake Caribbean accent and you roll your eyes? I know all y'all like nodding your heads, even though your cameras are not on, I can see it. You roll your eyes and you say to yourself, seriously, you couldn't get a real Caribbean sister or brother, okay, to actually, be the voice of that? And get out of here, and it lacks authenticity, and I think that there is, there's an opportunity, for your real voices, where you guys can actually, be the voice of your own stories, so you can change and go back and forth between, the accents and make things, interesting and spicy. I think that, that this is something that can certainly be done, and I'm willing to try it. When I told Luke was like, hey, I kind of like that idea, so Luke, do you want to go back into like, what your vision is or thought is in terms of mining some of the Caribbean talent? Like, what would a person need to send you to, get the process started if they wanted to be considered, for, as a voice, for an audio, and, or if they wanted to actually submit their book, for an audio deal? Like, how would that look?
Yeah. So, I'm Caribbean, and, growing up being Caribbean, especially here in the States, our stories aren't told enough. And there's a rich culture and history in the Caribbean that, in my personal opinion, has not been served up properly. I think our culture is rich. I think it's beautiful. I think a lot of people flock to it. And it's been the creator of a lot of other things, such as hip hop and a lot of other dance and cultural phenomenons that's taken place. So to answer Yona's question, one, we need more of our stories, and we need to be the ones ultimately that control them. And as far as reaching out to us and what we consider to be a good story, our team, we review every story that's sent out to us. So essentially, people will send us an email at our email address, and I'll drop it here in the comment section here. They send emails to us, letting us inquiring how they can get their book onto our platform. Sometimes they'll DM us in our Instagram, and I have to redirect them to the email. But essentially, the way our process works is we request to have a digital copy of the PDF, so we can kind of review and take a look at it. Me personally, it's just to make sure that we're not talking about nothing crazy. but overall, it's just also to see the story and see where it's going. Because our platform is exclusive in a way that it's really for our communities, and it's to benefit of our community and to help uplift our communities. So we don't want anything that's going to be detrimental to our communities ultimately. However, that being said, once we review it, our team essentially gives a quote to the author or publisher and let them know, hey, based on the length of the book, based on the words, based on the page count, this is the quote that it will cost to actually get this produced, because the production takes some time. We tend to try to mine narrators that actually match the voice. So if it's a story about a Trinidadian girl, we are trying to find a Trinidadian girl. In fact, we're actually working with a young woman in Trinidad right now. She has studios that she goes to in Trinidad, and she's producing the title for us right now. So that's how we tend to operate. We send a quote, we work on an agreement, whether it's exclusive or non-exclusive, and we finalize that. And once we finalize it, we go find our narrators. We have a pool of over 300 narrators already internal to Abantu Audio that we can call on. However, if anybody that we call on is not necessarily the voice that the author or publisher can hear on that title, because we'll share those auditions with you and we'll ask, hey, what do you think? These are some of the people that we think would be a great fit for this title, or these are some great voices that we think would be a great fit. As the author, as the publisher, what do you think? What are your thoughts? Because we want it to be a collaborative effort. We don't want it to just be, we tell you how we're going to do it. No, I think it's a collaborative effort. It's your work. You should have some input into that. And so, and from there, we go into production. We have our internal producers that produce things. We have internal editors. We have a whole production team that helps us with the production process. So that's to answer the book inquiry part. As far as the voices go, that's a little easier at times. I know certain islands may have different resources, so it really depends on what the resources look like. However, because one of our goals is to try to usher in a renaissance of more of our voices into this industry, I'll be honest with you, a lot of times they'll make it seem as if you need $1,000 studio to make a very high qualified audiobook, and that's not the case. And I'll be very transparent in saying, back in 2015, when we were just getting started, I record out of a closet, and I made sure that it was soundproof and made sure that it sounded good. We recorded a whole book out of that and sent it to Rutgers University, and they loved it. So you can get high quality at a low cost. And I know, like I said, in certain islands, the resources may not always be there. So our production team is willing to work with you to try to establish that. But if anybody's interested, like I said, I'll drop down the emails as far as book inquiries to get turned into audiobooks. I'll drop down the email for that. And as far as being a narrator and wanting to be a griot, I'll drop the email that you can reach out for that as well.
Luke, I also wanted you to talk about the subscription, to Abantu, and to also talk about what else? Oh, the app, because there's a lot of university professors here. So I know that that's something that you're working on, and we're going to pitch to a lot of these universities. So I wanted to make sure that you talked about that as well. Definitely.
So currently we have a subscription model where we have a basic subscription plan right now that's $7 US currently. At some point, we're going to have a premium model where you're going to have access to more higher quality audio, which is basically, there's this thing in production called sound design. And that's basically when you start adding in, music, when you start adding in, different types of sounds into audio, whether it's a door closing, a frog croaking in the pond, whatever it is, all that is considered sound design. So if you want that higher quality of production, there will be a higher premium of cost. But for right now, it's $7. We're looking to launch the actual app. Right now, we have a pilot website that's used to, have people subscribe and listen to books. So it's a fully functional website. However, the launch of the app is going to happen in August. And that launch of the app, like I mentioned before, we've been talking to Hachette, we've been talking to HarperCollins, Macmillan, and all of them. The launch of that app is going to see us launch with over 10,000 audiobooks, if not more, because I'm me personally and my team, we're actually going through all of these Excel spreadsheets from all of these publishers and actually curating titles that we want on the platform. Because me personally, I just don't think all these white authors matter much to our communities. I'm sorry. I just don't see us as interested in some of their stories as much as we are interested in ours. So we're trying to resolve the issue at hand, which is a lack of our stories being heard. So that's where we're starting, and that's our core. So we're going to be launching with over 10,000, if not more, audiobooks when we do launch that app. And like Yona pointed out, one of the goals at the beginning of when we began About to Audio, since education is at the core of what we're trying to do, and it's critically important because I don't know about the Caribbean, but I know here in the U.S., the school books don't teach us about this history whatsoever, and none of these stories whatsoever. So it's critically important if we're going to begin to make shifts and changes in the world that we start having some type of curriculum or some type of platform that centralizes these stories to increase that diversity and that understanding and that knowledge. And we need to start having an understanding of true history so that we don't repeat that history. So we definitely want to have conversations with educators, university educators, professors, and universities in general, where we talk about how we can leverage this platform that we built to help to increase the education and learning of the students. So I'll stop there and I'll let Yona finish off.
I told y'all he was fire, y'all. Now you see why I was so excited, about working with him. And one last thing that we talked about, in terms of working together, and then I'm going to leave the floor open to questions because I'm sure people have questions. In order to kind of bridge the gap and to create a system where readers are connecting more with authors and books that are coming. One of the things I remember sitting back in a lot of these meetings, and I would hear, the sales and marketing people, talk about, these books that they were really excited about that they acquired, by people of color. And then I would hear their planning, for it. And I used to always sit there sometimes and roll my eyes and saying to myself, okay, so how is our community really going to find out about this book? Their answer was, oh, if you can get them on Good Morning America, or, oh, if you can get them on the New York Times, like that was going to be the golden ticket. And all of a sudden the book would be become a new New York Times bestseller. Not going to happen. I've worked on books that got tremendous exposure and publicity. And, pretty much my job was done. I could say, well, I got this, and this, but the book didn't sell. And, me being, the type of person that I am, I always wanted to figure out how can we bridge that gap? How can we connect, these readers and, that so that they have knowledge of the books, but that it's also translating in sales, where it's like, okay, I know about that book, but what is going to be the thing that's going to push them to actually hit the purchase, the purchase button. So one of the things I'm creating is a VIP book club master list, because I think one of the things that we've gotten away from is that one-on-one interaction with authors and readers. Especially during the pandemic, everything was virtual. The virtual world actually helped in that you had readers that had more access to authors, than they had before, because all they had to do was, they didn't have to leave their house and they could just go on a screen and interact, with these authors. Whereas before they had to wait until an author was actually coming, into their town. I think going forward, I don't think the virtual events are going to go away. I think that there's going to be a hybrid model where there's going to be a lot more live streaming, for authors, just to give people continued access. Because I think this whole year has kind of been an experiment as to what works. But thing is, I got the secret sauce, y'all. I have the secret sauce in that I want to connect with all of you, the real readers, the ones who are not just going to show up in a bookstore because it's some celebrity, the ones who are in love with the written word. Okay. And that's really the book clubs, you know, and the readers. So I'm creating like this, this master VIP, I call, you know, book club. Those are going to be my book ambassadors. So if any of you are in book clubs, I'm going to drop my information in the chat as well for you guys to reach out to me and just basically send me information about your book club, the name, who the president is, the address, how many people are in the book club, the genres that you like to read, what your social media presence is, because we really need that to make this work, because I want to go back to the days of old when we had street teams. You know, when an author was coming into town. I want to merge the old with the new. Still want to use social media, but still having that one-on-one contact. You know, so if I have an author, let's say that's coming to St. Croix, I have book clubs. I have my book ambassadors in St. Croix that are getting everyone excited. They're going to the beauty shops. They're going to the barbershops. They're going to the community center saying, oh my God, so-and-so is coming in, you know, for a signing. I want to see, you know, the lines wrapped around the bookstore. I want to see people really excited, you know, the local media saying, oh my God, you know, this so-and-so is coming into St. Croix, you know, and have them, you know, all over, you know, the media all over the island. I want, you know, St. Croix and some of the other Caribbean islands or some of the US Virgin Islands be a tour stop. You know, how often do you guys get big authors or even mid-list authors coming from the States? I'm sure not often, but I think if we create a community where we're showing them, listen, if this person comes down, they could easily sell hundreds of copies of a book. It puts you guys on the map. It's good for the island. It's good for business. It's especially good for Black business. And I'm all about uplifting our people, you know. And another thing that I've connected with is a coalition of Black bookstores. So if I'm sure there are bookstores on the island, please have them get in contact with me. I want them to be in on this as well. We do a lot. We meet with them, with the bookstores like every 2 weeks, where, you know, that you guys can come, you can talk about your challenges as booksellers. You know, you get a lot of valuable information with the Black Coalition, everything from how do you advertise, you know, for authors, you know, how do you get authors to come to your stores? What are some ideas you have about, you know, promotion for book signings? What are the hot books that are out right now? You know, all that information will be available to you and it's free. All you have to do is just basically show up, you know, at the meetings. Because what I've decided to do is I've spent the last 15 years, you know, getting all these amazing relationships and contacts. And I said, you know what? I have everything I need to really make a change in publishing, where people are going to come to me and come to Luke and other people that I've partnered with, where they're saying, you know what, we are going to put these authors in your hands. So you're not only going to get the publishing deal, which a lot of you want, but you're also going to, you know, get them to hire someone like me to teach them how to sell it. Because it's great to be published by Penguin Random House. I mean, who doesn't want to say that, you know, they have a deal with a major publisher. But once you get there, they have to know what to do with you. They have to know how to reach the readers. I believe I have that. I have the formula, you know, for that. So, and once again, it's really having the conversation, which no one has really bothered, you know, to have with the readers. How do you hear about the books that you're excited about? You know, where do you get your information? You know, do you have a book club? Do you participate in one? Are you interested in forming one? I'm going to do the legwork so that ultimately, whenever we have an author of color, you know, coming out, you guys should know about it. The website is riverchildmediallc.com. I'll put it in the chat, Alsace. So let me stop running my mouth, and I'm going to open the floor for questions. I'm sure people have questions.
Someone is asking, what is the website?
Yeah, that was actually sent to Glenda Jack.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And then keeping tabs here. I know someone had indicated, Yona, that there's a Caribbean book club online, 700 members.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
That's Glenda Jack.
Okay.
That is amazing. Oh, yes, yes, please send me the information. I'm going to put my email address. Child media.
And then Luke had indicated they shared the pilot website. So I already pulled that up and in the back here looking at it.
Is Luke, did you drop your website in the chat?
He did.
He did, okay.
I'm going to right now.
Okay.
And I'm looking at that pilot site right now, Luke.
Yona, have you guys begun to acquire books from other publishers? Say if you've published with a publisher and after about 3 or 4 years, one publisher was saying that the life of a children's book is about 2 years, 2.5 to 3 years. After that, depending on the interest, it may kind of trickle off to a very standard kind of a purchase. Do you acquire books from publishers that have not been marketing them as strongly as the author might want?
Yeah, we've reached out and acquired the audio rights for those titles, since that's our primary focus right now. And sometimes it's been a challenging only because you have to find the literary agent that owns the rights, because it may not necessarily be the publisher that owns the rights anymore. So finding those literary agents or agencies has been a challenge. And also audiobooks is increasing in popularity. And so it's very competitive as well. So if it's a very popular book, like for example, the Fred book that we were trying to acquire, that was going for a pretty penny that we couldn't afford. So yeah, we definitely try our best to acquire as many of our stories as we can. But me personally, I try to. We want to empower our authors, and we want to share that ownership with you all.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And like I said, if you guys have the information for the book clubs, absolutely get in contact with me, because one of the advantages too of being part of this collective is that I can help to connect you with authors that you guys would not have access to normally. And it could certainly help the festival going forward, because I definitely want to continue my work with the various festivals, helping you guys to get, quality authors to attend the festivals. Because, the bigger the festivals get, now you put yourself in positions where you can get corporate sponsorships, because that's something else that I'm working on, getting corporate sponsorships to assist me in helping, touring the authors. Because a lot of these authors, unless you are, somebody who's really huge, and even if you are, they're only going to tour you to a certain extent. They limit, and sometimes it's the author that doesn't feel the need to do a 20-city tour. But a lot of times, especially if you're new or you're mid-list, and if your numbers, you don't reach a certain mark, a lot of these publishers are not going to really offer to tour you. But touring is key for authors of color. I've seen, the difference. The problem comes is that, it's not, the promotion is lacking. The readers just don't know they're there. They don't know that they're coming to town, which is why I want to bridge that gap and to create alternate, tour cities. And the corporate dollars will help supplement a lot of the things that we're doing, where we can host, meet and greets, exclusive meet and greets with book clubs. My book ambassadors, where we have a nice reception and you guys get your one-on-one time, with the author, whether it be debut, mid-list, or even, celebrity, and the corporate dollars will sponsor all of that. And one of the things I also want to do is to get these corporations to invest in our community. What does that look like? That means, if it's a children's book author, these corporations are now donating copies of these books into communities that are underserved or underprivileged, and it could be anywhere, whether it's the VI, the Caribbean, wherever, where they're like, you know what, we are going to buy 500 copies of this, this author's books and donate it, to a school. Because I think that's important. They need to, it's like they have money, and I will fully take advantage of the guilt. There's a lot of guilt out there. And I'm like, hey, why not if it's going to, help our children? Because, a lot of you don't know, I'm a former teacher, and what used to break my heart is seeing the libraries, especially, the children's libraries, and how underfunded they were, and and just, you're looking at, books that are a gazillion years old. These kids are holding books that are really falling apart. And I promised myself that if I could do something about that, I would. So that's something that's, that's important to me. I also want to work even on the collegiate, level, getting, these books on the radar of a lot of these universities, so for course adoption, especially in the HBCU space. Because with, Kamala being our Madam Vice President, there's like this new interest in HBCUs. I mean, I think Howard University, I think in the last couple of years have seen a surge in applications. It's crazy. Even, with the D9, with the sororities and fraternities, they've seen a surge in people wanting to become, part of it. It's like all of a sudden, we have these corporations paying attention, to what we do. And I think that we need to take advantage, of all of that, and taking that money and having them, support authors and what they do. And I definitely want to be, part of that. Does anybody have
a question? Just a second, Alsace, if I can just ask her quickly.
Oh, certainly.
What age group do you serve?
In terms of what I do?
The books that are published, from about what age group? 0?
Well, the thing is, I'm not a publisher. I work with, various publishers, but in terms of the school age kids, it would be anything from, early readers, on through high school.
Okay.
And what I do is, depending on which publishers hire me to do what, I would know. And I have a lot of contacts in various school districts and things like that, so that's another, way to promote, the books in ways that, people aren't, thinking. So it runs the gamut. It really depends on, the author.
Okay. Do you have a recommendation for agents? You were saying that should try to work with an agent. Are there agents that you work with?
I do. It would depend on whether it's adult or children's books. It also depends on what the story is, because you have I do have agents that have an affinity for a certain type of story, and they're looking for things in particular. So yes, I do have recommendations.
Okay, that was a question from the chat too, similar question. My last question, what opportunities are there for editors?
There are actually. A lot of these companies now are hiring freelance editors. There's definitely opportunities, for that. I would say I would check some of the websites, and what I will do is I will keep in contact with Alsace, and if I do hear of editorial opportunities, I will certainly send that information over to you guys. Because they have all these new books that are being submitted. You also have to have the right editor with a certain affinity to edit them as well. So getting it is one thing, but being the right editor is another. So what I've known some of these publishers to do, especially when they read something and they know it's amazing, and the writing takes their breath away, but they also are not connected to the culture, so they may not necessarily be the right person to actually edit the book. They do freelance. So there are opportunities, for freelancers for sure. But I would check a lot of the, the websites for the various publishers. And I certainly, if I hear of anything, will share the information, with Alsace, so if anybody wants to, wants to try to, to edit, freelance, because everything is virtual these days. So you being in VI doesn't really make a difference.
Okay. All right, great. So we've come to the end of that presentation. We thank you so much. I see Rohan Facey has his hand up, and he's the first to go in the next section. But Yona, before we do that, I'd like to say thank you so much for always taking us into consideration when we ask you to come to the Virgin Islands. And even though this is virtual, it's wonderful to see you. You're great.
Thank you.
Luca, it's nice to meet you. We hope to meet you one day, and I hope that you've shared the kind of information that will be valuable to our audience. And this is what we want to do, because we want to help to build the publishing capacity, and we want to build new writers so that we can have the stream of literature in the pathway, so that we can make the kind of impact on our society that we're all hoping to make. So thank you so much.
Okay.
And please stay in touch.
I will.
It's nice to meet you. Please stay in touch.
All right, will do.
All righty.
And those of you with a few questions, please check the chat, because the websites are there from Yona and from Luke.
Awesome.
Okay, so the last part of our we are overdue, and I know Ray J must be so tired, and Adrian must be so tired with his two toddlers that he's babysitting and doing this at the same time. I think we have the most committed, passionate set of people working with us. I am so lucky to be on a team like this, because you guys are very tight. We've been going at this for a long time. So this is the last segment. The last segment is readings from the Caribbean writer. And we have to do that because today we're launching volume 35. It's now available at our website. And you can go to the website and purchase a digital copy. And the physical copies are making their way to us right now. We should be picking them up from the docks on Monday, but the digital copy is available right now for purchase. And if you have any questions, you can please email me or Charlene Spencer, my assistant. Charlene could not be here today because today is her Sabbath. And but Yvette is always my other hand, so I always know that I'm covered either way. So thank you very much. And can we move to the next section now? Rohan Facey, you're up first. And Rohan Facey is a multiple award-winning poet, songwriter, and playwright. He writes mainly about things that affect us universally: love, loss, dreams, aspirations, death. He has won a number of awards for his entries into Jamaica Cultural Development Commission Literary Arts Competition. His poems have appeared in the Sunday Gleaner, the Sunday Observer, and the Caribbean Writer. So, Rohan?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I trust that you'll enjoy this poem. It is entitled, Not Ordinary Days. These are not ordinary days, beloved. The sun shows cowardice, and darkness barks at us like mongrels. Lessons taught are lost in the mayhem, the statistics, the twisted news. Cheating bodies lose heat, retreat, face the fidelity of to the ring. Stigma taints reason, and there's no momentary glimpse from behind curtains. The globe spins the same stories. Unprecedented, the new normal. Mask and half-mask faces, blurring lines between fear and anxiety. Physical distancing lessen the need of love, splattering scorn on the table like guilty cards. I don't trust you. You don't trust me. Hurt stabs at the heart. Questions churn. Spoilt milk industry-wide. The airplanes hum no more, and somewhere in the shadows, a banshee wails and an owl hoots out a warning. The schoolyard is a ghost of its former self. Streets are cemeteries. Houses are tie boxes, trap boxes. tying ties, breeding clawing familiarity. Lips quaver, prayers tumble like riotous streams, though the church bell sounds no more. These are not ordinary times, beloved, for Corona, the witch, walks here. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, so Alsace, I see Cherise Francis and Saida Johnson as well as Harriet Scarborough are all here.
Okay. Then there was, is Maison Ayoka here? Maison Ayoka here? How about Gerardo Castillo?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Gerardo is here. Oh, she's not here? And Harriet Scarborough is the next person then. Harriet Scarborough.
I'm here, so I am next.
Who is next?
Oh, by the way, Gerardo Castillo is here.
Yeah, I am here.
Castillo is here.
Yes.
Maybe he should go.
Okay, just a minute, Mr. Castillo.
Yes, I missed that from the top, yes.
Sorry. We're all tired now. It's those times where we're having so much fun that we're saturated with fun. Just a minute, I'm trying to pull up the this is okay, Gerardo Lamadrid Castillo is a writer from Caguas, Puerto Rico. Welcome. Puerto Rico is in the house. He holds a bachelor's degree in English from Vassar College and is currently an MFA in creative writing student at the University of California, Davis. His most recent books are the Spanish poetry collections Yendome, 2018, San Juan Publications, and Bocados, San Juan Ediciones del Flamboyán. He also contributes to the Buscapié column and the Puerto Rican daily El Nuevo Día. Welcome, Gerardo.
Thank you, Alsace. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to be reading an excerpt from the essay Phoenix. In Greek, phoenix also means palm tree, and in Egyptian, the hieroglyph of the Bennu symbolizes the phoenix and alternately the palm tree. Since both the tree and the bird are attributes of the sun god, they are often confused. Alan S. Weiss, How to Cook a Phoenix. How to rebirth a palm tree. How to take note of my surroundings before it's too late. My palm tree couldn't have fallen, it was too sturdy. I don't think my dad cut it down either. My parents must have paid our neighbor's son, who regularly mows our lawn, to chop it down with the chainsaw I always heard him using in his parents' house behind ours. We could all hear it in our rooms, mine especially, as it's at the end of our hall, roaring at odd hours, sometimes not even slicing anything, just yanked on and left running, apparently. I've never seen a palm tree trimmed or torn down, but I saw plenty on the shoulders of roads in the winter of 2017, run over by Hurricane Maria and its monster truck winds. I remember learning, probably in middle school, how palm trees can survive in utterly arid conditions, like sandy beaches, because their roots are so long. The water seeps through the sand and reaches the palm roots, far beneath the surface. Palm trees are hard to move and hard to kill, hard to feed, too. A phoenix, the only phoenix, there's only ever one in existence, nests in a palm tree and surrounds itself with fragrant objects at the end of its life. I immediately think of my father's mother, my abuela Carmen, surrounding herself with incense and secret puffs of cigarettes from her neighbor, my aunt's godmother, before her untimely death, as if she saw it coming, except she'd done that all her life. The phoenix then self-immolates and births itself again, of course. Ah, yes, all the possible Pentecostal pyromaniac allusions one could make, I know. The Catholic lost in me knows it. He salivates at the thought of less pagan and more Christian symbolism, but I push him down my throat again, eager to leave that time in my life behind, to never be a born-again Christian, to always write what I need to write and not what I feel is expected of me, as a Puerto Rican, as a son of the Caribbean, as a son, etc., etc., etc. The phoenix nests, the phoenix dies, the phoenix doesn't hatch, but it does rise. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe a phoenix burned my palm tree down, in the process, Febrezing my mom's candle-covered house, purifying it. And then, past the crooked lampposts with hairy wires and crowded, noisy crow nests, the phoenix flew away from this old, increasingly unwelcoming, vulnerable, and unrecognizable home of mine, in search of a newer, more stable, more sustainable one all its own. Naturally, it needs a home less susceptible to floods. The phoenix, like all birds and some people, may fly and fly and fly, but must eventually land and settle down in some abode with solid foundations where they can die in peace and, though feeling lonely, not alone. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Harriet, our next writer is Harriet Arzu Scarborough. Is Harriet here?
Yes.
Harriet is a retired educator born in the small village of Barranco in Belize, Central America. She continues to pursue a passion for reading and writing after more than 35 years of teaching in Belize and the United States. Her publications include a textbook, Writing Across the Curriculum in Secondary Schools, teaching from a diverse perspective. Numerous articles in the English Journal, a publication of the National Council of Teachers of English, and the Arizona English Bulletin, Stories of Home, a Barranco memoir, and a poetry and collection, I Sing Barranco. Welcome, Harriet.
Thank you so much. I'm reading from A Job Offered, a Job Denied. I left his office, a smile on my face. I walked down the corridor with a spring in my step, elated yet a bit apprehensive about what I had gotten myself into. This would become a pattern for me in my teaching career. Interview very well for a position that might be a challenge, then become worried when I got it. But weren't my Garifuna ancestors used to rising to a challenge? And hadn't I inherited that adaptability from them? I shook away the jitters. I was ready. I walked down the corridor lined with closed doors of burnished mahogany. As if he had been waiting for me, Mr. Logan, wearing a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows and a blue tie, popped out of one of these doors and fell into step with me. Hello, Miss Arzu. I see you just met with the chief. Yes, Mr. Logan, and he told me that I got the position. Can you believe it? I just got assigned to teach at Belize Teachers College. I expected him to congratulate me, a graduate returning to make a contribution to the training of teachers. But he was quiet until we were outside. We ducked under the staircase for some shade right near a hibiscus hedge. He leaned against the building. Miss Arzu, you should know that Miss Wilson says that as long as she's principal of Belize Teachers College, you will not be teaching there. She said that you were recalcitrant and a subversive element when you were a student there. She does not want you on her staff. I stared at the beads of sweat on his pockmarked face, and I could feel the sweat trickle down my back. Sir, what does she mean by that? There was a vacancy at the school. I applied, was interviewed, and I got the job. Mr. Fonseca, the chief education officer, just told me that I have a job at BTC. I don't understand. As for being recalcitrant and a subversive element, I was a child then. I'm an adult now. She's an adult. His face impassive, he ignored my response. Sister Mercy of St. Catherine Academy has been asking about you and would like to offer you a job. I would advise you to take it. I turned on my heel and left. On the 1-hour bus ride to Belize City, the landscape sped by in a blur. Seething, I tried to make sense of what had just happened. So yes, I had been recalcitrant, and I may have been a subversive element. I just couldn't be passive as the faculty under Miss Wilson's leadership insisted on treating teachers like they were children. Teachers who ranged from the age of 17 to 36 with many years of teaching experience. Instead of helping the students and the lecturers become a community of learners, the faculty had emphasized the line between the two groups, leaving no questions as to who was in charge. Instead of modeling caring leadership, they had worshiped the outward symbols of authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So you know what, so far we've had Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Belize, now we have Bermuda. Nancy Ann Miller is a Bermudian poet with 8 poetry collections. Tide Tables is her latest. She's published internationally in journals such as Edinburgh Review, Poetry Ireland Review, Salzburg Review, Agenda, Stan, The Fiddlehead, The Caribbean Writer, and Prue. She has an MLitt in Creative Writing from the University of Glasgow and a MacDowell Fellow and Bermuda Arts Council grant recipient. So please welcome Nancy Ann Miller.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. I'm going to read 2 poems. The first one is titled Pink Typewriter. And I have to say, I do own a pink typewriter because it reminds me, as I live in New England, of the sweetness of island language and the sweetness of the terrain from which real writing comes. Pink typewriter. You sweet me, locals say to one another, like dialect sweetens me. Nation, natal language, returns me to honey sound days. My typewriter, the color pink of Dunkley Dairy strawberry ice cream, very cotton candy, alphabet keys inside a metal frame, like a mouth full of sugar cubes, helps to write the sun-tongue swoon of childhood days. My fingers chubby as overweight legs on a gym stairs machines have to strike down hard. Each rung rises like a scythe ready to cut cane. Letters on a poem's page, ants on a wall in a humid Bermuda kitchen, trailing towards Crow Lane Bakery banana bread, left on the counter to cool. Sheets of paper pour from the Royal Crown carriage, roll out like slabs of sticky icing for white coconut cake, porous as the island's limestone. The second poem, Coronavirus Moon, was inspired last April when the pink moon appeared, right after we all were just really grappling with the pandemic. And it was such a sort of beneficial incident for people, you know, just under so much stress. So I had to write this poem. Coronavirus Moon. Like the coronavirus, circular, bright, the pink moon floats pandemic skies to soothe. COVID-19 spiky as a coral off of South Shore, located on reefs we swam over with our masks, snorkels to help us breathe, wafts the air like the lionfish coming in for a kill, invader of seas. Bermudians look at the lunar globe over Hamilton, the sound of a camera shutter slowly clicking. a tranquilizer is swallowed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nancy. So that was Bermuda, and we're continuing along the archipelago and drinking from the diasporic fountain. So we have next Saida Jordan. She's a Trinidadian American student at Bowie State University. She's an English major with a concentration in language and literature. Jordan's literary interests include African American literature, Caribbean literature, cultural studies, and critical theory. Some of her favorite authors and works include Maya Angelou, Venus Grover, Swank, Lois Lowry's The Giver, quadrilogy. Although not yet fluent, Jordan also has a long-standing interest in and continues her study of the Spanish language. Please welcome Saida Jordan.
Thank you. So before I read, I just wanted to extend an acknowledgement and thanks to my professor, Dr. Kim Evelyn, for connecting me with this opportunity. I'm just gonna read a snippet of my personal response to Brathwaite's poem, Ancestors. In the poem, he could describe his paternal grandfather to a T, but when it came to his paternal grandmother, all he could recall of her was her voice and a song that she used to sing about Suki, a dead slave. What struck me about this is that even though it seems like his grandmother is less important, she actually carries the most relevance in regard to his poetic journey. I love how the unconventional style of this song is representative of Caribbean people, a song that is mourning the death of a slave. It seems like a completely random thing to pass down from one generation to the next, but it is a little piece of rebellion against colonization. It strips away the enforced ways of Europe and allows a piece of Caribbean ancestry to shine. Being Trinidadian, I've experienced firsthand the unique culture and sociality of the Caribbean. We give people nicknames that are not descended from their names whatsoever. For example, my mother, Maria, was called Bandy because she's bow-legged. My father was called Pepe from a funny incident that happened when he was a child in a Spanish class. Or even Sharky, the swim coach, whose real name we genuinely do not know. We make songs about any and everything, such as my childhood favorite about a pet monkey. I had a little monkey, I give it to a lady. The lady take out my monkey to buy some bread. The monkey take a piece of charcoal and juck it in his nose hole. Oh Lord, now my monkey go dead. Brathwaite's miracle recovery of the song that his grandmother sang reminded me of these little pieces of my Caribbean heritage that I still carry with me. It reminded me of the odd or quirky ways of Caribbean people that seem so backwards and random when you live in a conformed society such as the United States. But they're also the epitome of the anti-colonization and pre-colonization that Kamau Brathwaite worked so hard to connect to through his writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saida. And now the final writer claims both Barbados and Dominica as a heritage. That's wonderful. We're ending it with a double. Cherise Francis is an Afro-Caribbean American Barbados and Dominica poet, editor, interdisciplinary, and artist. Much of Francis's work involves wordplay and working with the fluidity and etymology of languages to excavate buried histories and stories. She has published work in journals and anthologies, including Furious Flower, Obsidian Lit, Rootwork Journal, The Operating System, Cosmonauts Avenue, No Dare, Apex Magazine, La Pluma y la Tinta, New Voices Anthology, the Kerry-Ann Literary Review, Bonnet Bouquet, African Voices, Newtown Literary, and Free Verse. Additionally, she has published 2 chapter books, Lucy Bone Scrolls and Variations on Settling Seedling, and has an upcoming chapter book, Recycling a Why Over My Sacred Site. Her artwork has been featured in the Lit exhibit, New York Live Arts, Queens Public Library, and Daxter in Camera Club. Please welcome Cherise Francis.
Thank you, Alsace. Thank you for the invitation to be here today. I'll be reading my poem called somnambulist, patois possession. It's a play on the word for night walker or sleepwalker, thinking about language as a form of spirit possession, and also thinking about the origin of the word patois as kind of clumsily walking around a path. And it's also a contrapuntal poem where it's 2 columns and the lines intersect with one another, but you'll read that in the journal. I afraid I not woke enough. Where the word I keep looking for. I need me beauty rest. The world mishandled me into this broken clay. I tired of thought. A response to some foreign god stomping on me head. I want body, a vestige of where I've been. I afraid I not woke enough. Where the word I keep looking for. I desire nonsense of the unconscious, a reason for the tragedy hoofing me back. That is escape in word, standing on the ledge of everything known, a missing eye, a name for this feeling of light. I want this eye's negation pouring into this body. I afraid I not woke enough. Where the word I keep looking for, to run, fight, perform, arouse this utter existence, this mania of flight. I need a magnetic force, not sure how to grasp rhythms riding this inner compass, this unknown path to make me gallop for a wandering, claw the ground with these feet. I afraid I not woke enough. Where the word I keep looking for. I want total darkness, spill me beyond the projection of a position. I want to lie, fathom the speed at which a word can carry vertically and with me arms spread out. Be hip to the night's rhythms, body mapping like a waving flag to a steel pan song. I afraid I not woke enough. Where the word I keep looking for. I want to take a long time to come back. See how far a word can endure, bubble up sand around me body and be everywhere a communion of time. I can't stand the healing as myself. The ground I scratching into. I need the deep suspension of what is. Re-ache for you and you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, this has been a one day. It's been such an engaging day, a day that, it's like we've been walking miles and, walking miles to this glorious place. And so I want to thank everyone for being here today, and to also take a look at our sponsors: Vivo, the Caribbean Museum Center for the Arts, Pepper Park Press VI, the VI Lottery, St. Croix Foundation, the University of the Virgin Islands, Cane Roots Art Gallery, and the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism, and all of the other people who created us and love us and support us. On behalf of the committee, the Virgin Islands Literary and Festival and Book Fair Committee, and we have some people here still. Yvette has stuck with me all day, and Elaine Jacobs is still here. But we have some other people that we have to reach out to and say thank you for making today happen. Ray J. Joseph is here, Matthias and Adrian, and the other members of the committee have been coming in and out. I think I saw Janice Valmont here. Charlene will be here tomorrow. Diane Levans was here earlier today. Thank you all for coming, and tomorrow is the last day, but we've had a wonderful 2 days, and I'm feeling like we've done something that we can be proud of. So good night, and see you tomorrow at 1. Yvette, thanks a lot. Elaine, thank you.
My pleasure. Good night.
Carol Henneman, thank you if you're listening. Okay.
Okay, great. Bye.